Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jago with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the market is, zigzagging back and forth. It's going to crash. We've been talking about that for a while. When it crashes, I think it's coming up. Now, is it weeks, months? I would say yes. Right. So weeks, months. I can't tell you the exact date, but it will crash. And what is the best investment? Of course, it is silver. All right, so silver has performed exceptionally well. 3 years ago, I think it was like two and a half, 3 years ago, maybe not that long ago. Silver was down around $17, and we were like, jumping up and down, telling everybody this is buying opportunity. You're never going to see it again. And sure enough, silver is up three times from that level. Now it was up over $54 yesterday, and it's pulled back with the volatility that's in the market right now. This is normal. It happens quite often, and we're probably going to see more of this going forward. More volatility. We'll see wild swings, and then eventually we'll see the crash. Now, like we saw over the last 24 hours, we saw that the stock market collapsed massively. Well over 1,000 on the Dow, the Nasdaq. I don't know if it was that much, but kind of close to that. And S&P, a couple hundred or so down. So all of them were filling up gaps. That's to be expected. Have volatility like that. But we've seen some extreme volatility in crypto. So it looks like crypto is basically starting to break down, and it's not going to come back. It could. There's a possibility, but there's seasonality with crypto, and crypto is reaching the seasonality where it starts to go down, right? And we may see crypto go down and not come back again for a very, very long time, right? Because we're seeing Satoshi. So remember, Satoshi is a guy that wrote the program for Bitcoin many, many years ago, or supposedly a guy named Satoshi. No one's ever met him or knows about him, but somebody named Satoshi wrote this program, Bitcoin, and so people were buying it back when it was like under $1 and a few dollars, $10, whatever, and it's reached highs of, as now it's under 100,000. I think it's like 94,000 right now. It had reached a high of 126. Now, I said I thought that Bitcoin would reach 125, and there was a possibility that could, on another retracement, go as high as 135. Now, I think somebody at Bear Stearns or one of those, investment places said that they see into next year Bitcoin going 170. I think we'll probably see 45,000 in Bitcoin before we see 170. But anything's possible in this manipulated market, although I don't think so. All right. So Satoshi era people that bought crypto and have been hodling, that's hold on for dear life, all this time. So I don't know, what is that, 10, 12, 15 years ago, whatever it is, longer, maybe. I don't know. I have to go back and pull it up, but it's been a long time. They're selling. They are selling. The one Satoshi era, a lot of, they call them whales. A lot of whales are selling their crypto. That means they have some insights, right? It's kind of like, those people that get out of the stock market that have companies and they start selling their shares long before they collapse. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. So imagine that. Someone that has been holding their Bitcoin probably since Bitcoin first came out and sold it. Now, I don't know how much they paid for how much they had, but they sold for $1.5 billion, right? So I'm sure they didn't pay anywhere near that much. We always like to hear, oh, they paid a few $1,000 and they sold it for 1.5 billion. Maybe, maybe, so it's quite a run Bitcoin's been on, but I think we're seeing the last days of it, unfortunately. All right. I predicted long ago that Bitcoin would go to zero, but it revived. And I was like, well, I'm going to make some money on this since everybody else is. So I've been a crypto millionaire a couple times. So it is something you can, speculate in. I would say you should not speculate now, and maybe even sell your holdings if you have some. Or, some of you think that you know more than, I guess, the Satoshi era Bitcoin holder, and you're going to hold. That's normally what happens with most people. 95 to 99% of people lose money in crypto. So I don't know. Maybe if you got some, I have always sold my crypto and made nice profits on it. I am not in crypto right now, any of it. I've been saying it's not a good investment, that silver is a better investment. And sure enough, silver's up, like I said, 3 times. Now, when will be the next time it goes up 3 times? I think we'll see a 3x from here in silver in the middle of next year. So the time frames of silver, doubling, tripling, and so forth are getting smaller. Time frames are condensing. You're getting very, 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 very fast now. All right. Kim in Wisconsin, I saw some of the chat before I got on. Kim in Wisconsin had a very nice little post there. I don't know if you can see that, but when good men and women rise and stand for humanity, the weak men and women will fall and crumble. Then we win. Keep the faith. I love you all. Amen. So very good. Thanks, Kim in Wisconsin. Very good stuff. All right. So that's what we want all of you to have. All right. To be able to survive the coming fall. Now, when I look at, and I've been saying this, I think we're going to have a worse financial crash than 1929. Now, if you look at 1929, it was overall stocks. So if you look at overall stocks now, they're highly inflated, more than any time in history, going all the way back to 1929. So let's look at the next stock market crash, which is very significant, and that will be the dot-com crash, where we saw the NASDAQ crash from its high of 5,000 all the way down 78%, and it did not come back again for, I think, nearly a decade, right? So I think this next crash, because we didn't see stocks come back to their highs from 1929 for, I think, a quarter of a century. We will probably see that again. Now, for crypto, I don't think crypto will ever come back again. I think crypto is going to be seen for the scam. I think it's a scam, but we'll see. Maybe there's something there. A lot of very smart people say so. I don't know. But for me, when I look at it, I've always looked at it as a scam. That's just me being intuitive, looking at it, going, it's a scam. But hey, everybody else is making money on it. I'm a play ball too, right? So I'm gonna put on my cleats and my shirt and my running pants and go out and play ball, right? So I play ball really well because I did that in high school. So I still have it. All right. So you have that intuition. You need to use it going forward. So the next crash, like I talked about, so we have 2 crashes, overall stocks, highest ever. NASDAQ crashes. Now, what was the NASDAQ? What was that? There was a dot-com crash. So now we have the AI bubble, just like we had the dot-com crash. I don't know how many of you guys were around or have knowledge of the dot-com crash. I remember there was one stock called Pets.com. They had $1 million, like on the Super Bowl, they had ads that were like crazy. Spent millions of dollars on these ads. Not long after that, they were zero stock, zero, no more. Like Bear Stearns, zero, right? So then you look at the more recent 2007-9 crash. It was a housing crash. We're already seeing housing crashing. We're seeing now housing, the real estate market for homes and so forth was the one that crashed in the last stock market bubble that we saw deflate, and it took everything else with it. But we didn't see commercial. So we saw residential crash, but we did not see commercial. We've already seen commercial crash on a level that's never been seen before. And we've seen commercial real estate crashing 80, 90%. So I predicted that we will see 80, 90% crash. Not everywhere. Some places will, fare better, but everything will crash. It will be the everything crash, but silver and gold, right? So if you need an investment that is safe and is going to be non-speculative, that is silver, guys. We've been talking about this for years. Now, of course, Dr. Kirk Elliott is the safest place that you can put your silver. Now, some of you are like, I have a few $100s worth of silver. If your house gets broken into, you lose a few $100s worth of silver or a few 100 ounces or whatever. No biggie, right? What if you have tens of thousands of dollars worth of silver, hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars worth of silver in your home, and your home gets broken into, or you get held up, or your house burns down, and the fire guys come in and it's all in puddles and they're like, stick in their pockets, they walk off with it. So now how is that that's not going to serve you very well. So that's why I like to have my silver and gold. So I've heard all these smart guys and gals, not so many gals, but mostly smart guys, because it seems like a lot of guys are handling the finances. That's not very good for you ladies. But anyway, there is, and a lot of you ladies have gotten tough. I've heard from you, and you either like broke free from your hubbies that were stuck on stupid, which is they're going to find out, all right? And they're going to find out the hard way. It's coming, right? If they're invested in the stock market. And they'll probably dance around and go, maybe it'll go back up again. Maybe it'll go back up in January. Maybe it'll go back up into early spring. Maybe. But when I show you the information that I'm going to show you, bring hubby boy over here and watch this. And he's probably not going to like the way I just said that. But anyway, you're going to find out, guys, that if you're not in silver, every time that there's been massive stock market crashes, silver and then gold has been the way to go. Now, if you have your investment in some of these other organizations, I've talked to a lot of people. Most of you are getting ripped off. If you are in a company and they're like, well, we don't normally do gold and silver, but we'll do gold and silver just for you. All right. So you're going to get stolen from. All right. And a lot of you have already. So that's obviously we want you to have the best deal. You do whatever you're going to do. I'm just giving you the best information to make a logical, very sound a decision that can be generational wealth. And when I say generational, if you're like me, you're a little bit older or you're younger, 25, it can still be generational. You can have kids. You might not have kids yet at 25, and you're investing in gold and silver, and it builds like a phenomenal wealth for you, and it carries over to your children. You're able to buy real estate that will be depreciating quite rapidly over the next several years. All right. You'll be able to buy it at a massive discount. I saw just recently this one guy that was in the stock market back in 1907 or something like that. And he invested like a couple $1 million or something in the stock market. And it was like the same amount that would allow him to buy half of Manhattan, right? And by the time 1929 rolled around, because he kept reinvesting and making shorts and the Big Short, all right? So he walked away in the end after the 1929 crash with $100 million. So imagine if you had the wealth that you could buy Manhattan, probably the rest of the East Coast, what you could do with that, right? Now, most of us aren't going to have that kind of wealth. Probably none of us in this chat, but we can have ridiculous wealth, guys, going forward. If you've been investing, if you haven't, it's not too late, because this thing has still got another 8x in it, right? It's already been up 2-3x, and I think it's going to go up another 8x from here. So that's we're looking at, you know, ridiculous levels, you know, up around $500 an ounce for silver, right? But that's further out. That's several years out. So this bull market is just starting. It's just now getting going. All right, so I'm gonna pull up some stuff, and we're gonna look at, you know, some things are gonna make you go, If you're still on the fence, which I can't understand, but if you're still on the fence, you're gonna want to get off the fence, and you want to get off the fence like now, right? So here we go. This is Michael Burry. So what did I do there? Why am I there? So I just read it myself. So Michael Burry is, let's see if I can get the real one. There it is. Why did that happen? There it is. So Michael Burry, they called him the Big Short. So back in 2007, what he did is he had an investment group, and he basically said, stocks are overvalued, I'm out. So he left, and he made short positions that garnered him and his, I think he almost made $1 billion himself, but he made multiple billions for the people that he was still investing with. But remember, he pulled out. He was no longer in an investment fund. He closed it, just like he just did 2 days ago, and the stock market crashed. All right. Now, I think that it's going to come back, but let's listen to this. Is phenomenal information.
2008 collapse just shut down his hedge fund. On November 10th, 2025, Michael Burry's Scion Asset Management officially terminated its SEC registration. This isn't just another fund closure. This is the man who saw through the subprime mortgage scam when everyone else was buying, who made personal profits over $100 million while banks collapsed around him, walking away from the game entirely. Here's what should grab our attention.
Now, when he did this, when he was speaking of this, and he's been speaking of this over the last several months, that things are overvalued. When he did that back then, everyone laughed at him like probably people are laughing at me now, telling you guys you need to get out of the stock market and get into silver, right? So he basically did short positions now and put positions, and that's what he's done again. His short and put positions go into next year. So we've seen other hedge fund managers, Berkshire Hathaway has basically their head has pulled back from a lot of positions and it has gone more to cash than at any time in history of Berkshire Hathaway. So we're seeing more and more of these people, and there's more in this. There's a couple other huge hedge fund managers that have done the same similar thing as Michael Burry.
Burry told his investors on October 27th that his estimation of value in securities is not now, and has not been for some time, in sync with the markets. Think about what that means. The guy who correctly predicted the biggest financial crisis in our lifetime is saying the math doesn't work anymore. But here's where it gets really interesting. Burry's last 13F filing from the third quarter of 2025 reveals something extraordinary. He was holding $912 million in put options against Palantir and $186 million in puts against NVIDIA. Massive bets that these AI darlings are going to crash. These aren't short-term trades either. His positions extend all the way to 2026 and 2027, suggesting he believes this correction will be massive and prolonged. You want to know how confident Burry is in his thesis? He's publicly claimed that tech companies are fudging depreciation schedules on their AI infrastructure to artificially inflate earnings. That's not market commentary. That's an accusation of systematic accounting manipulation across the entire markets. What does that tell us about what's coming next? Here's what most investors don't realize. Legendary fund managers closing shop during market highs isn't just coincidence. It's been the most reliable crash indicator in American financial history.
The most reliable crash indicator in financial history. Now, is it going to happen? Is it already happening? I don't think so. Is it going to happen next week? I don't think so. Is it going to happen this year? Maybe. But I would say, and I wouldn't leave any positions on the table, guys, but I would say it's going to be next year. So I'll be in position to benefit from it, hopefully, because as we saw yesterday, I had no indication that the stock market was going to crash like it did. All right. So I was surprised, quite frankly. And so that will be the way it will be when it happens. You will wake up if you have, still have stocks. You will wake up and the market before it opens will already be down 1,000+ points. And then when it opens, it will go down thousands of points. And all of your investment will evaporate over the last several years. And then the next day, it will do it again. And we'll do it again. And we'll do it again. And then it'll bounce and everybody's like, oh, it's just too much froth. And they got, and the dip buyers will come in and they'll buy and it will go up and we'll go up maybe a week, maybe a few days, and then it will turn around and it will go down again a lot further. Same thing happened with the dot-com burst, right? So we're going to see that. And like you just saw, Michael Burry is predicting it will be a prolonged downturn. So he's all the way out into 27. So almost all of 26 and probably a good portion of 27 will be the collapse. Very similar to what happened in the last dot-com bust and what happened with the 1929 bust. And 2007, it didn't last that long because the Federal Reserve came in and dumped money like crazy. That's pretty much like an alcoholic getting up in the morning and drinking more, right? It's prolonging the agony and the problem. So that's what we're seeing right now. We've seen this problem prolonged all the way back to 2008, and it's going to be significant and uninterrupted, for the most part, crash to the bottom, right? So we'll see that across all asset classes but one, commodities, right? It's where everybody goes when everything starts to collapse. We'll probably see a pullback like we saw today, yesterday and today in gold and silver, but at some point it'll stop and then it's going to shoot. It's going to shoot higher because it's been manipulated down more than any asset in the history of Earth, right? So this thing is going to go bazonkers as soon, I believe. All right. So that's one of them. Now let's look at another one. I have a few to share with you today. All right. So the speculative mood, Bitcoin and NASDAQ. So for all you crypto bros and crypto sisters, you're getting spanked right now. But if you think you're going to buy the dip, maybe. But at some point, you're going to see, like I've been saying for a while now, you're going to see Bitcoin really get slammed. It's never been through a recession. It's never been through what we're going to have is a depression, right? A long-term depression. All right, so let's listen to this one.
At the speculative mood of Bitcoin right now, because Bitcoin has declined as, of course, the NASDAQ has gone up. Everyone like...
Now look at this. You see Bitcoin usually leads the way, but it's been losing steam. Bitcoin's in red and NASDAQ in black. So you see it's been losing steam, the end of 2024. It got a little mojo back this year, but now it's ready to go down to the ground, right? Or way down. So like I said, I think we'll probably see 45,000 before we see what the speculative knuckleheads that want you to speculate more, Goldman Sachs or whoever, they're saying that, 175,000 next year. Yeah, they want you to pump your money in there so they can pull the rug and take your money, because that's normally what happens. So anyway, as you see, the NASDAQ's taking off and Bitcoin is going down. Now, I've heard some people say, if you want to know which way the market's going, watch Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is going down, right? And it's going to go down. I think maybe it'll get a bounce, maybe not, but we'll see. I think it's going to bounce, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it'll bounce back up to its high and then a little bit more. But I don't think we're going to see, like I said, we're not going to see 175. We're not going to see 150. We may see 135, maybe. I said at the extreme end, I said we'll see 125. We've seen 126, but I said at the extreme end, maybe 135,000 on Bitcoin. So we'll see. We'll see if it bounces back, but it's really getting shellacked pretty hard. So let's look at a little bit more of this.
Word data center, and no one likes the word, I guess, anything to do with tokenization or stable coins or anything like that right now. And clearly there is a huge trend going on, which is leading into the thematic here that nobody likes crypto. And the Bitcoin is losing its whales. In our last video, we talked about a Satoshi era whale. That is an OG whale. 1.5 billion liquidated. Goodbye. And this is the type of thing that we've started to see across the board. A fear coming into the greatest hodlers in this particular asset class in some time. And in just about 2 weeks, I'll actually be talking to a bunch of crypto guys, mostly, of course, pro crypto guys, but I'm very interested to see.
All right. So what he's showing right here is it's a lot lower. So as you can see from this chart, it's in a downtrend, right? It's not coming back up. It's not reaching new highs. It's reaching lower highs and lower lows. So that's a downtrend. And Ethereum, Solana, all the biggies in crypto are going down and down and down. And today they've gone down quite significantly again. So not looking good for the crypto bros.
What the mood's like. Because if it's really bad and we do continue to see price action break some of the key supports we'll talk about in a moment, then we'll need to be paying a lot of attention. At the moment, though, there are some cool charts here. Don's dividends obviously showing that while the markets are making here lower lows, which they are, of course, that maybe we've just had extra whales coming in. So this chart here will be getting larger. But we usually do see
So this these red and pink, that's where people are selling. So you can see there's a massive sell-off going right now in Bitcoin, right? So, I mean, will it go back up? Like I said, maybe. There's still a lot of people out there believe in this. They have to get spanked and have their money taken away from them, like children that have money that shouldn't, right? So, and that's unfortunate because a lot of people think they're going to get rich, and a lot of people have. Not a whole lot of people, but most people see people, making money, and they jump in and they throw everything at it, and then they get spanked, right? Most people, like I said, 95% of people that are invest in crypto do not make money, right? So if you're making money right now. So anyway, don't be a piggy, right? Bacon, don't become bacon, right? Don't become bacon. I don't eat pork that much, but I do like bacon. So, I mean, maybe you're going to be on my plate soon. So, all right. So I don't want to get a little crazy, but anyway, there's more. There's more to this game, and I'm going to show you. You're going to watch this video. You're going to share this video, and people are going to be like, where do I invest in silver? Right. So Dr. Corkelia, hello. So here we go. So remember, WTF happened 2007, 2008, Michael Burry, all these guys that call the market, and that's very nice of them to call it, because these guys that's the smart money, and they're calling it, and but some people are like, most people, unfortunately, because most people get their money taken away from them, all their savings, everything. And then they have to continue working for the rest of they will have to continue to work for the rest of their lives, right? A lot of people out there. and that's unfortunate. But you know, there's a lot of NPCs out there. They're just there for show. So we can't clue everybody up, right? We can't clue everybody up, and I'm not going to get all butthurt if I don't. So just like 2007, end like 2008, Bear Stearns. So it was $175 stock. He's going to talk about this. It started losing money in January. All right. I'm not saying that January is going to be the turning point, but it seems to happen quite often when the market gets real jiggy like it is right now. And it went, I think it was like $75. And like I was telling you guys, the next day you wake up and you got nothing. That's what happened with Bear Stearns. So you see how it has that little jig. So it collapsed, and then it went up. Everybody's like, oh, buy it. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. And then it went down again. And then everybody's like, I don't know, maybe. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Sell it. And then some people woke up. They just held it. I've done that to crypto stocks. All right. I can't knock these people to do that. I held on a crypto stock that was crashing, and I was like, it's linked to the dollar. It's not going to go anywhere. What the heck? And it went to zero very quickly. All right. So, and there goes tens of thousands of dollars. So you don't want to be that way. If all you got is tens of thousands of dollars, you don't want to be in this market, guys. You're going to get destroyed. So Bear Stearns, they woke up and it was zero. So everybody's like, oh, it's a $75 stock. You know, yeah, it was 175, but it'll come back. It never did. It went bye-bye, right? So this is going to happen to a lot this time. So we just saw one Bear Stearns, and then the federal government came in and dumped money like crazy and pumped the market back up trillions and trillions of dollars. They minted so much money. That's not going to work this time. People are done with that. The dollar's losing value. As the dollar loses value, what happens to your silver? It goes up, right? So, and then all of that value that you have with the silver, while other things are going down, stocks, housing, all these things, you'll be able to buy them for pennies on the dollar with the wealth that you have, right? So, holy shit, 2 subprime hedge funds just blew up, exactly like Bear Stearns. So we've already seen this. It's already happening.
What's happening here in the monetary system? You guys know from watching my videos that the monetary system is simply a network of bank balance sheets. So if you have UBS starting to, let's just say, struggle in a very similar way to Bear Stearns starting to struggle in the middle of 2007, that's going to have a ripple effect throughout the entire monetary system. How? Because perceived counterparty risk goes up, because everyone at these money dealer banks knows that UBS's balance sheet could be connected to a lot of those counterparties that they may be lending to. So risk goes up, liquidity goes down, regardless of what the Fed is doing with their balance sheet. In other words, QE or QT. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, the similarities here are that in the middle of 2007, we saw funds closed by Bear Stearns. There were these subprime funds that, oddly enough, like we said earlier, were called high grade. They started to close these down, and then they got a massive amount of redemptions, which has caused a doom loop, because they have one problem over here, they get redemptions over here, which causes even more problems, which causes even more redemptions. And we could see we definitely see the exact same thing play out just the other day with UBS. Now, will it lead to a doom loop? TBA, right? We'll go over that more throughout the rest of this video. But the key here is to realize that none of us can predict the future. There are no certainties, only probabilities. But what we're seeing right now with UBS, private credit, shadow banking is exactly what we saw in 2007. Now, I know the pushback is going to be, Joe, what are you talking about? You're always too bearish. I mean, right now, the S&P 500 is at all-time highs. And everyone knows it. Sure, we've got Tricolor and First Brands and
Well, it was, a day or so ago, but not so much now. Not at all-time highs. So it has come down. So the stuff he's talking about is starting to jiggle market. Every time we've seen the market collapse, you see these massive, blow ups and then explosions going down. We saw an explosion going down yesterday and today. It looks like it's turned around a little bit. I haven't looked at it recently, but looks like it was turning around earlier. But will we wake up next week and it's gonna do the same thing, crash like crazy? Possible. And then maybe hit a bottom and then, rocket back up into next year. It's a possibility. So here he is. He's talking about things that are happening right now with UBS are very similar to like Bear Stearns, where he had a $175 stock, like I mentioned, and then it was a $75 stock, and everybody woke up the next day and it was zero, right? Zero. And that's 2008. So 2007, like 2008. So Michael Burry said, get out. This market is wanky. It's overvalued, all kind of crazy stuff. And then he made a lot of money. All right. So he's in a position to make a lot of money again. So he's doing the same thing. Now, I think we're going to see 26 into 27 as the all-time unbelievable blowout of lots of assets, except for silver, right? Except for silver. All right, I got a few more, and then Hindenburg. So Hindenburg omens, very similar. You remember the Hindenburg basically was that blimp that crashed and everybody burned up. So this is they have a Hindenburg omen. It's a warning. So we could have told those people that got on the Hindenburg or on those flights for 9/11, that's not going to end well. I wouldn't get on that flight, right? So that's what we see with the stock market sometimes. So he's going to talk about how we have had, if you look back in time, these five numbers of Hindenburg omens, and we've just had, and then we had a big crash in 2020. Now we're seeing the same thing again.
Tested, and I thought that we'd get at least 6 to 10 of these. Now, did I think we'd get 5 of them within a few weeks of each other? The answer is quite simply no, I probably didn't. And it's getting a little scary when you start to look at clusters. Because remember, the Hindenburg omen by itself, meh. But once you start to look at it and you get a lot of them, guys, wow, things get a little bit changed. Because as you can see here, what tends to happen after these Hindenburg omens is a pretty bad monthly period. Now, we have been on the record to talk about the fact that we generally believe that by the end of the year, the markets will be up. So remember, that's 2 months, not just one. But that is going to be...
All right. So again, are we going to see he talks about Burry as well. Are we going to see a pretty significant pullback? Yes. Very, very possibly for potentially the rest of this month. And then into the next month and into next year, potentially, we'll get Santa Claus rally and everybody be happy. They go out and spend because there's lots of money flowing, or maybe not, because I've seen Christmas as not being very happy this year. And I said that almost at the beginning of this year. So we'll see. We'll see if that prediction comes true. Will it be because of economics? Will it be because of some massive earth change event, which I think is highly possible too? Maybe a massive earth change event will cause the stock market to crash. Who knows if that does happen? All right. So more and more events are coming. For instance, we're having a weather pattern, a historic weather pattern. Now, you guys know that I've been saying that it's same thing again. I even did it before the beginning of the year. You know how a lot of people do predictions at the turn, like in January? I did it. I was like, I'm going to be ahead of the game. So it was last year. I think it was like November, December, something. Last year, I was predicting this year. right? So I said it would be a crazy early winter, and it would be significant, right? So let's look at some of the stuff that's coming out there right now. So the science eventually catches up with the psychic predictions, and when it does, it's time to share it.
Pattern is about to get very intense and powerful, everybody. Matter of fact, this hasn't happened in over 50 years. As we go later into November and especially past Thanksgiving and into December as well, all the way past Christmas, we're going to go through a sudden stratospheric warming event. Now, last time this has happened in November was 1968. A minor happens about 2 times every year where it changes some of the wind direction, but a major will do a full reversal of the winds and create crazy weather patterns where we have snowstorms, blizzards, and nor'easters with a big cold pattern and a big warm pattern meeting together. Now,
all right. So let me pull it back just a little bit. So as you see here, that warm cluster goes to where the polar vortex usually, spins, and it has a particular pattern. Now, I've been saying that we have basically the polar, we're having a polar shift, right? So we're having a wander of where the polar points are usually. So they've sped up. So the wander of this, it can happen over thousands of years, hundreds of years, tens of years, year long. Now it's almost on a daily basis that we're seeing the polar, spots where it normally is, they're wandering massively, very, very fast. So this is probably part of what's causing what's going to cause these massive blizzards we're going to see this year. And nor'easters for the Great Lakes and so forth, into all the way into the northeastern parts of United States.
blizzards and nor'easters with a big cold pattern and a big warm pattern meeting together. Now, a major happens about 6 times every 10 years, but one happening in November is very rare. Like I said, the last time was 1968. And it's all because of our polar vortex breakdown. So when we have a healthy polar vortex, it goes around, everything's just fine. But when you have an unstable polar vortex, you get these little fingers and vortices that come down, and this keeps swinging across, bringing storm after storm after storm. And eventually this cold air comes down with it as we go into Thanksgiving week and beyond, and bringing snowstorm after snowstorm. Now you can see this when you look way up into your tropopause. So as we go through next week,
okay, so we're going to see these storms like I talked about. We've already seen a polar vortex come all the way down into Florida, southern Florida. The iguana apocalypse, iguanas falling off the trees because it gets super cold, right? Then the sun comes out like it just did behind me. It was like snowing on the peaks. So there's still snow on the peaks. It's kind of melted off a little bit. I would show you, but tomorrow night is when we're supposed to start to get real serious snow, feet of snow. All right, so into Sunday. So at the high altitudes where I'm at, we're probably going to get some serious, feet, maybe a couple feet of snow, but maybe not. Maybe just a foot. All right, just a foot. All right, so a couple feet, a foot. All right, but we're going to see feet and feet, tens, hundreds of feet of snow here in Lake Tahoe and in some of the mountain areas, Colorado, the Rockies, and so forth. So we're going to see significant snowfall going all the way across. I don't know what's going to be down in the southern regions. They're probably going to get pretty cold down there. The polar vortex will probably dip pretty low, like it did. So when winter finally hits in a little over a month from now, then it will really, really, really kick in, right? So it's going to be interesting. The weather, guys. It's going to be interesting with the stock market. It's going to be interesting with all of this energy that's coming into Earth. I'm very surprised we haven't seen a significant earthquake yet. Maybe the 3i Atlas craft is intervening. I don't know. They haven't called me up. Said, hey, Mike, yeah, we're those earthquakes that you should have gotten. We're handling that. I'm like, cool, thanks. Can I pass that on? Nah, no, don't pass that on yet. So no, they didn't tell me. So I have nothing to pass, right? But if they did have something to pass, I think they would let me pass it. All right. So, and they shared it with me. So that's why I like to just do my own remote views. That way no one can get all butt hurt and try to control me, right? Like CIA used to do. All right. So I'm a free agent now, right? I'm a free soul, right? How many of you guys are free souls? Everybody, right? Everybody in this group. All right. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem hands out $10,000 bonus checks to TSA agents for exemplary service during the shutdown. All right. I don't know, but that lady right there doesn't look like she's all that happy. Right. What? You're getting a $10,000 check and you're like, don't have a smile ear to ear. What's up with you? All right. Some people, I don't know. So, Secretary shook each of the recipients' hands as she passed out envelopes containing the $10,000 bonuses, because we know that a lot of the lefties didn't show up to work, and so the ones that did show up for work and helped keep the show running are going to get bonuses. So those lefties are be like, maybe I shouldn't be a lefty anymore. Yeah, maybe it'll work for some of them. I think most of them are NPCs anyway, so it won't matter. President Donald Trump recommended a $10,000 bonus for air traffic controllers who worked during the shutdown as well. So, and when asked by Fox News' Laura Ingraham about where that money would come from, Trump answered, I don't know. I'll get it from someplace. All right. Oh, that's good to know. Can you get Tina Peters freed while you're at that? Okay. So now with the Tina Peters thing, we have seen a massive, thank all of you that did respond. We saw a massive call out for her to be released or, helped or whatever to the governor of Colorado and to the penitentiary there in Pueblo. We've also seen a massive call out to Department of Justice and the White House. All right, so we're hitting everything. I'm very surprised. Now, when I look at this, I'm like, what could possibly be stopping them from freeing this one woman? Well, we know the deep state, who's very powerful, wants to have a notch in their belt, and they want to, right? That will be, and I think that could backfire on them. I think that could severely backfire on them. Now, if they do release her, it's good on the Trump administration, because I'm guessing that they would have some kind of say. But I think it's the people power would possibly have an effect as well. So here we are almost at war we are pretty much at war with Venezuela. So they're sending out, drug boats, and we're blowing them up in the water, both coasts, Pacific and Atlantic, or Pacific and the Caribbean. And we can't get this one woman freed. That's very suspect to me. So when I look deeper at why that would be, why they wouldn't just go in and physically release her, like send in a team of people, just roll in with, gun trucks and stuff, like I would do that. I wouldn't roll in with gun trucks. I just like blow up in the ceiling and go fast rope in and all kind of shit. And anyone got in the way, they're going to go bye-bye, and then take her out, put her on the helo, and then fly away. But that's the way, I roll. That's why my teams have rolled in the past. So I think we're at that point where we're going to see military involvement. And I think the reason why we haven't done that yet, because when it goes, then that's the deep state is going to go full bore, almost Civil War level, right? But I don't see a Civil War, but I do see these big cities will probably explode, and they got a lot of bad people in them still. So I think that's where we're at, unfortunately, with the Tina Peters thing. right? So these checks that are going to go out, I guess they're going to send out a lot of checks. So it was a record-breaking 43-day government shutdown. I guess these guys weren't getting paid, and so President Trump wants to reward the ones that showed up, and says, I always get the money from someplace, regardless. It doesn't matter. I do a lot of bonuses for people because it's really something that it's like the American way when you think about it. The checks given to TSA agents on Thursday were from carryover funds from fiscal year 2025, right? So he's talking about giving out, I saw somewhere, thousands of these $10,000 checks all across the country, several thousand. So Trump administration officials said would be going to several thousand $10,000 bonuses, several thousand. All right, so this is at a time where really the federal government shutdown is a harbinger of, a lot of things that are not going to do so well. Now, we have heard that the Trump administration has gotten a lot of the gold back, right, from the Vatican and from a lot of other places where it was hidden. So that's very important, I think, very, very important. And will make a difference, I think, going forward. At some point, you're going to see states like New York and California are going to default on their bonds, right? So they've been very, not very good with their bonds. They've been money laundering. A lot of that money is going into a lot of people's pockets. So at some point, the money's due, kind of like the silver. So silver has a lot of here's a check for like a written paper. We will give you this amount of silver if you give us this much amount of money, and when you want it, we'll give it to you, or you can sell it, or we can buy it back from you. However, and mostly it's sold and it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. For every one of those writ. Where we have paper silver, there's probably 1,000 of those to 1 ounce of gold, right? So 1 to 1,000. So you guys know that that system's collapsing. When it collapses, the silver has to meet that demand, and if it's not there, then silver price explodes like it is doing, right? So we're going to see that really, really take off. And then the places where they don't have any money, like in California, New York, and they beg for the federal government to give them money or help them, we'll see how that works out. All right. They've effed around quite a bit in those two states, and we're going to see what happens. All right. And probably other states as well. All right, guys. That's all I got for today. Remember, if you want the best deal, I believe, by far, safety, value, because you're charged up front for when you buy the silver, or eventually when you buy gold, whatever, you're charged up front percentage wise, and then when you sell year, 2, 3 years later, where it's 5, 10x, whatever, you're not paying for silver that's gone up that much. You've already paid in the front, right? And then there's a fee for having it in storage, just like you would if you had your clothes and your personal belongings and your furniture in a storage shed somewhere. There is storage fees, which are very, very minimal. All right. So that's what you're seeing with Dr. Kirk Elliott. It's safe. It's funded. It's insured by Lloyd's of London. So very, very good. You're not going to see your money go bye-bye, right? And if you want to convert it, it's converted within hours. So unless it's in a fund, like an IRA or something like that, it takes a little bit longer, right? So it's going to be very, very important going forward. So KEPM.com, that's basically Dr. Kirk Elliott's website. Tell them that Jaco sent you, and you'll get taken care of. Right? Taken care of very well. All right. And they love it when all of you guys come in. I know so many of you guys are with him like I am, and it's one of the best investments I've ever made in my life, easily. Right, safest, preserved, and growing very, very nicely. Right. All right. So Kirk Elliott, Precious Metals, free consultation. Just go over to the contact, and you'll get the information there. So I'm going to have another show with Dr. Kirk Elliott because he's meeting with the guy, the depository guy. So we had to push our show back. So at 4:00, I'll be meeting with him. We'll be doing a show together. So stand by for that. It's going to be really good. All right. Lots of love to you guys. Stay in love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Katie Bishop, Earth Bishop, LLC. All right. She's the founder of Earth Bishop. Katie is also alchemist, author, instructor of sacred mysteries and initiations. And most recently, she published the book, Remember Your Torch, which details her firsthand encounters with the supernatural and hidden truths that shape our reality. Most interestingly, Katie is a walk-in soul and contactee with the mission of reigniting humanity's remembrance of our eternal spirit and celestial origins. Through her teachings and her book, Katie discloses esoteric knowledge and guidance for soul transcendence, healing planetary inversions, and resurrecting the feminine principle through the wisdom of the heart. So Katie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Michael and Tracy Joe. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Wow, your information is incredible. I was just reading your book and it was like, oh, I got to do a show. So your book is fantastic. Remember Your Torch, Encounters with the Supernatural and Hidden Truths that Shape Our Reality. I know you we were talking before the show, you had misgivings about sharing this information, as many of us do, because people are going to think that we're crazy and so forth. But, these experiences that we have shape us to the point where we can start to connect with these higher frequencies and so forth, which you have done on an amazing level.
Yeah, absolutely. This information needs to come out, and some of it is somewhat disturbing. Okay. I'm just going to be completely open and honest about it. The intention is not to scare people. It's to empower people with the information and the knowledge and the truth so that we can face it head on and that we can come up with solutions. Because right now, a lot of people are unaware of all of the level of manipulation that's going on. On the same side, there's so many great things happening. So it really is this polarity war that we're trudging through. And I'm happy to kind of walk through my story a little bit to give everyone some background and highlight some of the key pieces that I think will be most helpful and relevant to people. And Michael, if you want to just stop me and ask questions as I go along, please do so.
Yeah, that's great. So what I love about your initial pretty much most part of the book is that people can see you're real. You've had extreme difficulties, which many of us have. So I think a lot of people will relate to that. So yeah, jump in. Let's reveal.
Okay, great. I think the best place to start is explaining the walk-in experience, because that kind of sets the foundation for everything else that comes along and all of the information that I'm bringing forward. So there's a lot of confusion about what a walk-in soul means. So I want to clarify that just up front. Essentially, a walk-in is a soul transference. There's a soul in a body, it exits, and another soul comes in. So this is not the same thing as possession or demonization, where the soul is still within the body, but there's like an attachment working through it. Okay, so a walk-in is different, and there's many different iterations of soul transference and how that happens. I'm only going to talk about my experience, and I'm not going to get into all the other different variations. And there can be negative walk-in situations. Not every single walk-in is a benevolent being. There can be malevolent beings that walk in. So I just want to be clear about that as well. And I grew up Catholic, so I didn't really necessarily grow up in this esoteric, spiritual, supernatural world whatsoever. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up Catholic, and it wasn't until I was in my early 30s in 2011 when I started going through a spiritual awakening myself. I went through therapy, and I was trying to heal some of my own childhood traumas, and I encountered the dark night of the soul. And through that dark night of the soul experience, I felt, and in that moment is when I had the walk-in experience happen. I saw a being of light come through. He told me I was brave. He touched my heart space, and whoosh, that was the walk-in experience for me. And the best way for me to explain it, because it's a multidimensional experience, think of the Wizard of Oz, and when Dorothy is in black and white, and then all of a sudden she takes a step into Oz, and everything all of a sudden is in full color, and it's like a completely different world. That's exactly how it felt, because when I walked in, I had all my clairs activated, I had all my chakras activated. So it was an extremely intense experience. And what's interesting about the way I walked in is I came in alignment. In some ways, I kind of liken it to being airdropped, and you hit the ground running, and you've got your gear and your supplies, and you're ready to get your mission, and you don't miss a beat. So that's what it felt like. It felt like walking in, and all of a sudden I knew I had my piece of the puzzle. I knew what the information that I'm supposed to bring forward, and I got to work right away. One of the things that's interesting about this time frame when I walked in 2011 is that it was a strategy, okay? Because it's important to understand that in 2012 there was a timeline convergence.
Yep.
So I was coming in at a specific time to help with this positive timeline shift. And I didn't come in alone. I came in with a fleet of walk-ins. And that was part of the mission, is that we were going to flip the game. We were going to flip and raise the frequency during this timeline convergence to get our collective consciousness on the higher timeline path. I'm always using the multidimensional chessboard as an analogy for our reality that we're experiencing. It just works the best. So I call this fleet of walk-ins in 2011, 2012, I call it an intermezzo. And in chess, that means an intermezzo is a move that you make that the adversary doesn't see coming, and it completely changes the trajectory of the game. So that's kind of how I explain that walk-in experience. And it wasn't only—
I love that the connection too, because Bishop, as you state on your website, which is earthbishop.com, you say it's a noun: guardian, overseer, protector, and then you have the chess pieces, and it's like, oh, Bishop, chess pieces, wow, what that's— and you talk about 3D, 4D, 5D. Oh my God, wow, very cool, very cool. What nice tie-in.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was writing the book, one of the challenges was figuring out how to explain and articulate everything on a multidimensional level, especially with people like you who are very awake and aware, and your consciousness isn't localized. So you're able to tap into where other dimensions and other densities that you're active in. And, doing this, writing this book this way, I had to write every chapter in 3 parts. So there's the 3D part, which tells you what's going on in the 3D plane. And then there's the walk-in perspective on each chapter, where I'm talking about what's happening from a higher perspective. And then I do key insights, and key meaning KI, like the earth. What does this insight mean for our collective consciousness? What does this mean for the reader? How can they use the information that I'm sharing in their own life? So that's kind of how I had to lay it out. It's the best way to describe the experiences.
Yeah, and I
Um,
love your website. Your website has tons of information in and of itself. And then you're talking about your classes that you have, and it's like, oh boy, those classes are a huge reveal of information. Pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. Which which really leads in perfectly to what happened next, because I'm talking about walking in 2011, 2012. Well, where have you been for all this time? I got completely taken out. I got completely targeted. I got wiped off the grid. I had everything. I lost everything in my life.
Yeah.
And they do not want this information coming out, and that is because part of the mission, it are the courses I'm teaching. It is the information that I'm revealing. This is the piece
I'm
that
going to assume I didn't read it in your book yet, but I'm going, because I skimmed through a lot of your book. I just got it recently, but what a fantastic book. But you did they know that you're going to be bringing in this information? Oh yeah, that's why they target you. Oh yeah, I know. So, wow, did they target you? Oh my God, it's amazing you survived all that. Oh
Yeah. They know, because we're in this containment system,
Mhm.
they know who everyone is. They can identify us by our frequency and everything. So walking in later in life was part of the strategy as well, because, a lot of bright souls that incarnate as children get targeted. So, coming in later and bringing this at the last minute, trying to flip the frequency and bring this information right at the time at the end of the cycle was really important. And that was a key strategy as well. One of the things I reveal a lot in the book is the impact that the artificial and synthetic telepathy has on us and on our society. It's to such an extreme level that I don't think people understand the level of manipulation that is occurring with it, and the remote frequency technologies that exist. And they don't want you to know this information, so much so that I went ahead and put pages in the back with the technology and each patent number. Because what happens is, if you try to look up these remote frequency technologies, they won't show up in a search. You have to know the exact patent number. So I put all the exact patent numbers in here, and then a link to the actual website, so you can see them for yourself. And again, this is disturbing information, but this includes everything from voice to skull to subliminal messaging, all kinds of things, dream manipulation. So this is really important for everyone to understand and have a grasp of.
yeah, the mind control technology they have out there, and then of course the drugs that you were subjected to, and then they once you get in that system, it's, boy, is it hard to get out. Oh my God, what a challenge.
The system is so corrupt. And again, I was heavily targeted.
Mhm.
And I did make the mistake of signing away to do an evaluation. And once they've got you to the extent, at one point, I was at home folding laundry. 3 police officers come to my door, put me in handcuffs with a judge order saying that I'm mentally unsafe. No reason why. They throw me in the back of a cop car. They drive me to a facility. They put a number 666 on me, and they're trying to invoke darkness in me. This is all part of, this satanic underworld that really is kind of operating in the background of everything. That happened in real life. All these experiences that I share in my book, this isn't something where I went into hypnosis and remembered a past life memory or something. Everything happened in the 3D and the physical. And then some of the experiences I was having that were multidimensional, because I was being attacked on another plane, that was coming through simultaneously. And I was having fainting spells, and I was being pulled in and out of consciousness momentarily, because things I was so heavily attacked, and the group I was with was heavily attacked as well. And it really took until 2021 for me to fully recover and get all my soul pieces back, because soul harvesting was actually a part of what I experienced. That is a real technology. Again,
Right.
very dark, but it does exist.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about the CIA technology and all that was very interesting. Now, sounds like I've talked to several people like yourself that are highly tapped in, and there's almost like someone gets assigned to you, and it seems like your husband was somebody that really was a problem.
Yeah, I really don't want to talk about him or any of the other people in my life. A lot of what's happening that people don't understand is they don't even know how controlled they are.
I gotcha. Yeah.
And I talk about this when I discuss unconscious recon, because a lot of us are doing recon, but we're not aware of it, and we're not able to really. It's not safe for us to be aware of it because of the level of synthetic telepathy that's going on. The dark side will know what you're doing. Well, it works on the dark side too. They have players that are doing unconscious recon for them. So that happens. And
That's one way to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah, I lost everyone. I lost all my friends, all my family. I even went at one point to the homeless shelter where I used to volunteer at, and they turned me away. When I tell you I hit a rock bottom, I hit the rock bottom. Now, on a very high level, we can look at these experiences as descent initiation.
Yeah.
And it's a testament to the strength of the spirit and the soul. And can you descend into a reality where everything is upside down and inverted and run by a dark satanic cult and lose everything in your life and still find your way back to your heart, to your soul, so much so that you're able to turn around and help others?
Yeah, very good. So I remember one passage in your book where you were talking about they were trying to, even the players within the system that you're in, they were controlled, like you're talking about. I was like, whoa, it's like all these people are actors for this huge control system. And so you're outlining all this and you're aware of it. And you're saying you can't do this to me because I'm in this love field, this love vibrational field, and you're never going to have access to me. And they're like, they just got so frustrated. I've had that too. That is so powerful. Wow. I got to go back and outline that. I don't know what the exact verbiage you had. I was like, wow, that's magnificent.
Yeah. What they were really trying to do, I would get put in these facilities, and they would throw me into like a small interrogation room, and they wanted to know about the contact I was having. So I was having contact, and I had seen ships, and I had memory of the mission I was on, and they wanted all of this, and they were trying to pull it out of me. And it was like an extraction, and I refused. And what they were using, they had access to what is like a Neuralink chip. So they could see the first layer of the mind transference telepathy, because telepathy happens in layers, and there's all different kinds of telepathy from, you've got your instinctual, and then you've got mind transference, and then you've got soul to soul, which happens through the heart. And with the mind telepathy, they can access the first layer of what's in front of your conscious awareness really easily. That's so easy for them to grab. So I was using that against them and blowing them up in my mind a few times, making them really uncomfortable. And they would flip tables. They would get so frustrated with me, or I would just, in my mind, visualize them as angels or heaven, or, babies and puppy dogs. And they would go crazy because they could not access what they were trying to get from me. And they wanted fear. They wanted me to live in fear, and they wanted me to be ashamed and humiliated of what I went through so that I wouldn't come forward. And so I did the opposite, and I wrote a book about it, and I'm sharing it with everyone because I know I'm not the only one that has been through some of these situations. And to some degree or another, I know it's going to help a lot of people.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Huge. And your website and all the stuff you have on there is going to be, people are going to be like super attracted to that. So I remember the one where you're talking about where they came and handcuffed you, where you left the facility. You're like, I'm done. I'm just going to walk away. And so you walked home, and they came and picked you up because they called in and said that you were a threat. Where you're not a threat. You're like Katie that we're talking to right now. You're just like, there's nothing. And so they called you a threat. So those 3 officers show up and handcuff you, throw in the back of the car, and drive you back, and then you got to go through all that process again. Wow. So again, the system is heavily aligned against us. So this started happening to me when I started talking about my memories of connection to all these different programs, and wow, that's interesting to see that you went through that same problem, because they do target us when we start to wake up and start to reveal. So tell us a little bit more about when they started. So you went through all this process. You have, I guess, a soul comes in. There was a you talk about in your book how there was before you incarnate, you have that agreement, so forth. And so there's lots of different ways that souls can come in, like you talked about, accidents and all kind of crazy stuff. But for you had an agreement that it would be during this time frame. So let's go from there, where this amazing high vibrational soul comes in after your mind has been punished, and now you're going to a different level.
Yeah. And what's interesting about my walking experience, again, it was consented and agreed upon before the incarnation. Like I said, there was a lot of us coming through at this time. This was a big strategy to shift the frequency of the planet. And that soul part really is I'm part of the same oversoul. So, we all are fractaled on this plane, and then we roll up to an oversoul, and then on that plane we fractal, and when we roll up to a bigger oversoul, and we're all more and more connected as we go up through the densities, and eventually we all become one, and we're in the unified field. So we're all just versions of oneness, having different experiences. So that soul part was really like a lesser evolved version of me. If you can think of the evolution you go through spiritually over a 20-year period, you're not the same person you were 20 years ago. But imagine having that evolution happen in one moment, and you're a completely different person instantly. That's how it felt like. And that was really challenging, walking into a marriage situation that I knew I needed to get out of immediately, but I didn't have the means to do it. And I had 2 small children, so I was juggling a lot of issues. And then on top of that, then I become a heavily targeted individual. So in that time frame from 2011 to 2021, after I was targeted and left with absolutely nothing, I had to work my way back to getting stabilized. I got a job for $12 an hour doing data entry, and I was able to work really hard and become vice president of the company, get my life stabilized, get things in order. But I was on survival mode, and I know what that feels like. And I think it's been actually a really great experience because I can empathize with people, so much so. And I understand what it's like to be trapped in that matrix system, trapped in that fight or flight, going from barely making ends meet, paycheck to paycheck. You can't calm down the nervous system. It becomes your default method of operation, that constant living in fear. So I understand that. And it wasn't until 2021 when I had my soul, I call my soul family, my star family came back so that we could finish this mission that we started. And that's when I got my soul parts back that have been harvested through these targeted situations that I was in. And I really started getting out there with the courses, and I was really excited to come forward publicly. I was going to have a show on it was conscious. It was called Conscious Vitality, and I had worked with the producer, and I had lined up all the shows, and I started to get really nervous because of everything that happened to me last time, and I was worried about being targeted again, and I was got really scared. And in one of my contact experiences, I was told to wait. I was told that there was going to be a lot of false light coming through, like a galactic circus, like a galactic parade, and it's going to be a spectacle, and it's going to be false light, and to just wait until that dissolves itself, until it's exposed, until it falls apart on its own, before coming forward. So I waited to write the book. I had started it, but I put it on the back burner, and it wasn't until last summer I had a contact with, I call him John in the book, and he basically said, okay, it's go time. You need to work on the book. And I was supposed to go to Europe last summer. I was supposed to visit some sacred sites in France. I was going to finish another level of alchemy school, and I ended up canceling my trip completely. And I hunkered down, and I got the book ready, and the guidance I was given was to have it ready to go in the fall, and things are going to be in alignment. And so the book just got published last month, and I just had the corresponding workbook come out this week. So this interview is perfect timing, because I didn't really want to do any interviews until I had all the pieces ready. But because I'd been through so much trauma, and I work in healing, I wanted people to have a guidebook, a step-by-step guidebook to use for their own journey. So that's available now too. But that's kind of the progression of how things happened. And I think I just gave you a way too long answer for your question. So sorry.
No, I love that. I love it when I can ask a question and the guest can really go into depth like you just did. So that's a gift. It's a gift for someone that does interviews. So thank you. So you're amazing. I'm just gonna kind of showcase a little bit of your video classes that you have. Sacred Mysteries. This one looks very interesting right here. Sacred Mysteries. Go through that. So, false Genesis.
Yeah, I would love to talk about Genesis.
Great. 'Cause I looked at that. I'm like, man, I'm going to sign up for this stuff. Looks great. Amazing.
Yeah. So with Sacred Mysteries Monthly, it's a class I do every month. And it's my platform that I'm using to bring the information forward that I came in with to share as a walk-in. It also comes from my contact experiences, and then from my own research and from my own trainings, because I did do actual trainings with shamanic wisdom and alchemy school and entity attachment release. And I write about all the trainings that I did in the book as well. But this class coming up next Tuesday, November 18th, is all about false Genesis. And this is like the mother lode of classes, because this particularly is the information that the deep state doesn't want out there. This is the information before the Sumerian tablets. This is the information before the Genesis story in our Bible. This is the information that shares with us, well, what happened? Where did our souls come from before the Enuma Elish? Because the truth of the matter is, all of these creation stories that we have, these are not true creation stories. These are creation stories of the enslavement system. That's what it is. So the question we need to be asking is, when the Anunnaki came and did all of these genetic manipulations to create their slave race, where did those souls come from to animate this Homo sapien race that they created? You know, that is the question to be asking. And where is all the information before the Sumerian tablets? You know, our planet is ancient. We had civilizations before that. They weren't the first. You know, the dark side doesn't want us to know that. So I go through and I connect the dots of what our planet was before we called it Earth, before it was Ki, and when we were actually attached to a mother planet, Tiamat. That's the energy that they are terrified of. And this relates back to the resurrection of the feminine principle. This is the reinstatement and the transference of power that we're experiencing back to the feminine principle. And I want to talk about that for 1 second, because there's so many distortions and inversions about what that means. The feminine principle is not about feminism. That is a psyop. That is not the feminine principle. And on the other side, the feminine principle is not about vomiting rainbows and roses and unicorns everywhere, right? The feminine principle is more neutral. If anything, it leans to the feminine side, but the feminine principle is about this resurrection of living through wisdom. And it's about balance, and it's about harmony, and it's about using power to empower others. So this is the force that is coming through that can't be stopped, that the deep state wants to stop. This is the force. It's the force of love that a mother has for her child. It's the strongest force in the universe. So all of it ties together into our truth of who we were and where our souls came from before the Anunnaki invasion. It's this, people call it an expedition. I call it an invasion. So I go into all of that in the class.
Wow, good. So the Anunnaki, the Draco reptilians, Anunnaki, what can you tell us? Because I know that on certain levels, if you share too much, the targeting will be so intense that you will not be able to go forward. I know that, right? So tell us what you can.
Sure. And if you watch my videos and you've been in my classes, you'll know that I will just share some blunt truths about the Anunnaki and this dynasty, this family, this almost like conglomerate. It's like an empire that is taking over the solar system and is really controlled by the Orion group. And there's multiple different factions, and it's extremely complex. Okay. So I will trash talk, but it's really important to understand that there is a benevolent faction. There is a faction here, the renegade faction, that is working against the system, that sees the value of humanity, that loves the value of humanity, and that understands that this feminine principle needs to come back. They're helping facilitate that reinstatement of power. And they're doing it because it is the right thing to do, and it's the end of the ages, and this is real. So there really is a benevolent faction of the Anunnaki. So even though I talk a lot of trash, I will honor that, and that is real. It's all about bringing the truth back. And in my experience with this benevolent faction, it's all about the information that's coming from before they genetically modified us. So
so a lot of these ancient stories in the Bible and so forth are not really telling the entire truth of what happened to us, and you go into some of that, and I think that's very insightful, and we really need to know the truth, and that's what you're sharing with your work.
Yeah, and one of the Bible is really kind of based off of the tablets of the Enuma Elish, and when you read the Enuma Elish, it's very graphic. You are reading how they slice, the mother Tiamat, and these are the people who enslaved humanity, and so they're writing the history. So while they're portraying Tiamat as a monster, they slay the monster to enslave humanity. So we have to keep all of this in context, and what really happened before that, and what was that battle really about. Because when you understand that this is, again, a really complex family dynamics that are trying to control for power, we need to relook at the way we see these texts.
Yeah, interesting. So you talk about in your last one I see you're talking about Yeshua's mission.
Mhm.
What that's very insightful. I like that. So you know we've had like the Buddha and Yeshua. We've had some amazing people that have come through. I would say you're in that category. I'm not putting you on a pedestal with Yeshua or Buddha, but you are bringing in the information like they did. And you have a group that's working with you. And it's very interesting. This group, you talk a little bit about them, and I'm like, whoa, this is but you have to reach a certain level of consciousness,
Yeah.
and to be able to maintain that consciousness so that they can communicate with you. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. Well, first of all, one of the things I want to address as being a contactee in the information that I bring forward, I am bringing it forward as a sovereign. I don't consider myself representing, I don't want to be representing any other group or faction or uh, federation or any kind of being. I don't have anyone controlling me in that way. While I work with them and this is cooperation, I am not sharing information because some being told me to. I think we are losing so much of our discernment as a collective because we're putting our blind faith in some of these informers or some of these contactees who are being completely manipulated, because it's really important to understand that the dark side and some of these dark beings, they cloak themselves in light, and they might look like a really attractive, nice Nordic being, and they're completely working for the deep state, and they're trying to harvest souls of humanity. So when people are blindly following a contactee and they're saying, well, I believe this, or I'm doing this because so and so said so, you really need to run all of that through your own discernment filter. And that's what I do, because I've had experiences with both light and dark beings. So I would never just parrot or regurgitate anything without reflecting on it and discerning on it and making sure that it resonates with my heart. And so I bring my information forward because I'm doing it at my own free will. So I think it's really important to distinguish that. And talking about Yeshua's mission is one of my favorite things because there's so many distortions around that. And we're going to be learning more and more about what that mission was about and what it wasn't, and how it was distorted by the church, and how the feminine was completely erased, completely wiped out, and then completely distorted.
Like Mary Magdalene, they said that she was a whore, and then they said that for almost 2,000 years, and just recently, the Catholic Church comes in and say, "Oh no, we were wrong about that." It's like, what? So, but they still teach it. It's still in the Bible. It's like crazy. Come on. So, yeah, you have to like start to go outside these sources. And I love what you said about the New Age movement. You got to be careful with that, because that's all like flowery and just mind control, CIA type stuff. So, you really call it out. Good job.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, the New Age deception is really dangerous, because they want you to think everything is love and light, and you can just meditate your way through everything and not have to take action. And that is so far from the truth. You've got to take action. We're in a dual polarity reality, so you're going to have contrast. There is going to be dark and light. Of course, when we all roll up to the unified field, it's not like that, but we're having an experience in the 3D right now. And so we need to be aware of that this experience, these temporal frequency wars, and this battle for the soul, where information and mind control is the weapon. This is really happening. And the distortion and the erasure of the feminine energy is unbelievable throughout history. And again, this is part of the information that I'm bringing back, because I have some information about the Marys and Mother Mary and Mary Magdalene and who they were and what those emanations roll up to. And, they make Mother Mary this demure virginal character that just got impregnated, and then that's it. And then that's done with Mary. Well, she was a divine birth priestess. She was completely aware of what was going on. She had been preparing for this, bringing this life in, the life of Yeshua. She had to prepare, because the womb is a portal. and they know that, and that's why women are so attacked. And there's so much to talk about the womb chakra and healing energy that comes from the womb. But she knew what was happening. She was an active participant, and she was known as the greatest teacher to Yeshua, who got a lot of his teachings from India. So there is so much to uncover here. And we're barely scratching the surface. I go into these in great detail in my Sacred Mysteries class. I really get into specifics about everything, but it's undoing all of these lies. And we have to start thinking differently. We almost have to go a blank slate and say, okay, I need to look at everything with fresh eyes.
Nice. Now, when you sign up for the monthly, the $35, do you get access to the other ones, or do you have to purchase them separately?
Yeah, no, you get access to the other ones.
Wow.
You'll be caught up. And then if you don't want to do the monthly, you just buy each one separately.
Yeah.
And one of the things I do in each class, I design this very specifically with a really specific intent for Sacred Mysteries Monthly, because one of the things we need to be doing more as a collective is understanding how to have energetic hygiene and how to be more engaged with our manifestations and our creations. So each class is set up that I'll do a lecture for an hour and I'll share the information, and then we'll do a Q&A and this discussion. And it's an amazing community of people. The group is so wide awake, and the questions are brilliant, and the interactions and the support we give each other. And then we take a quick break, and then we go into new moon intention settings. Now, I know the moon, I know the manipulation, but it's part of our reality. So we have to work with the energies. And when we're in a new moon time frame, that is the best time to be setting intentions and to think clearly. So I walk people through a little 4-step process to set intentions for this next phase in clearing process. And I'll teach a new technique every single class for you to learn how to clear yourself. And we walk through that together. So then you have a time set every month when you're going to get your soul nourished, you're going to get intention set and a direction and a focus for the month, and you're going to have your auric field cleared, and you're going to know how to do it yourself. So you're getting a tool that you can take with you. So that's how I design the classes and set them up.
Wow, that's unbelievable. So that's a great value beyond belief. So I love you look through these titles: the gods of immortality, occulted goddesses and their importance, esoteric goddess powers, weaknesses, teachings of ancient cultures, just mystery school. I'm like, wow, I want to listen to all this. So it's incredible. So now, when this information comes through you from your guides and so forth, do you have to go into any state of consciousness, or there's it's just time for you to be uploaded with new information? How does it work for you?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, because it happens all different kinds of ways. And when it's physical contact, I don't initiate that. I really don't initiate the contact. I'll get an inkling that it's going to happen, but I won't really know until the moment. But the other information, I walked in with some of it. So again, that was kind of hitting the ground running, and I was allowed to carry this information with me. It's important to understand that when we incarnate, we get amnesia. But for those of us that are on this specific mission, we had to get certain permissions. There's a council. It's almost like a court in heaven of what you're allowed to come in with because of free will and interference. And one of the reasons why I was allowed to come in with the information that I came in with is because it's been erased. People can't find it unless someone walks in with it, or those of us who are having contact are getting it from the contacts. So I've had different experiences with getting the information. And the most important part,
so that kind of that's beautiful. That's that stealth work you were talking about. I love that. That's very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
You really came in with it. So they couldn't suppress it. Now here it is. Boom. Wow.
Right.
Cool.
They tried really hard to suppress it.
Oh yeah.
But here we are. so it's a multitude. And one of the things, I'm having a human experience here too, and I'm embracing this experience. And so I'm learning how to, go beyond the five senses as well. And when I have a question or I'm trying to pull up information, I'll go through my own process of getting it on my own. That's the journey. That's what we all are here to learn. So I try to figure things out on my own, and I'll get into a quiet space and I'll say, okay, this is the piece of information I'm missing. I'm going to put an intent on it. And then I let it go. And then what happens is it will come through, usually within like the next 48 hours, as long as you're living in the present moment and you're not, again, going into the chitter chatter of the mind, but you're really embodied and you're focused on the present moment. A sign will come to you and it will you'll know it. You'll be like, that's the piece. Or it'll be like a song lyric, or it will be, you'll be watching a YouTube video and someone will say the answer that you're looking for, or it will come from a friend. It will come to you in an organic way in the 3D. It's not that the heavens are going to part and an angel's going to come down and bring it. We have to be present in 3D to receive all of these messages that are really coming through to us all the time.
Yeah. My wife, Tracy, was in the chat and she's like, I get it when I'm cooking, when I'm listening to music. So the same thing. So a lot of us will have these, incredible, intense, visions and so forth. And sometimes it's just a little, oh, now I know that. And for you, when you came in, it's like you knew that a lot of this stuff because you've been through the trauma, and then your walk-in comes in and brings the information that, we just can't, most of us just can't come in with. So that's pretty interesting how that process worked for you. And what else would you like to share?
Well, all of this information really resides within all of us. We're all walking libraries. The Earth is a library. Every planet has its own houses its own library of information, has its own consciousness. Our Earth has its own consciousness. Like when I do Akashic Records readings, I'm essentially reading the library of someone's soul and all the experiences that they've had. And, this soul that we take with us from lifetime to lifetime, it goes into different carnations in different star systems. And we carry that with us always. So all of the information really is internal. This is always, I've always said, ascension is an ascension. It's an internal process. It's not necessarily about going up higher. It's going in deeper within yourself and really knowing yourself, and to thy own self be true. That's where all the magic is really bringing up all of the subconscious and all of the shadow and bringing them to light. That's how you really get to know yourself. That's really uncomfortable work to do. And again, that's part of the new age deception that there's no darkness and you don't have any of that. Well, we all do. I mean, that's where enlightenment and evolvement comes from. It comes from the learning through the shadow and learning from the mistakes that we made. So all of this information that I have, everyone has access to it. I'm just here to kind of be a guide and help show how I've used it, and people can take it or leave it. They can take all my information, and if it doesn't resonate with them, fine. That there's nothing forced. This is all free will. So I'm just glad that I finally got to a point in my life and things have aligned in such a way that I can finally come forward now and bring this truth, because I know it's helping a lot of people, and it's really helped spark, bring back that spark of life, so that people don't feel like they're just existing anymore and they're on this treadmill, but they're engaged, and they're engaged with their humanity, and they're embracing the human experience. And that's what it's all about. And, there's a huge new age deception with this whole galactic circus too, because they want you to spend all your time and they want you to be distracted with, go learn about a planet on the other side of the galaxy that has absolutely nothing to do with anything that's going on right now. So the goal is, as a contactee, I will say it is not about them. The real disclosure is about us and what we're able to bring to the table. And the real disclosure is about the construct of the reality more than anything. Because when you understand construct of the reality, then everything else falls into place, and you're not just mindlessly wandering and being manipulated and thrown around the chessboard. You become a player, and you're making the moves, and you're making things happen in your life. And that's why I have a whole masterclass just on mastering your universe, which is all about the fundamentals of Hermeticism and understanding how to apply these things in your life. So the experience here is it's about being human, and what the guides and the galactics want us to do is embrace that. They want us to come forward and bring the disclosure. They want us to unite in our humanity, not in a Pleiadian lifetime. They want us to embrace our life now, who we are now in this body. That's what they're looking for us to do.
Yep, fascinating. So what do you think, near term, long term, what's in store for Earth and humanity?
Well, these are really exciting times. They're going to be really chaotic, okay? Because we're going through this big transition, this big shift, and it's a creation process. And in the creation process, there's always chaos. Think of an artist. You might see them and it might look like their painting might look like a mess in the beginning, but oh my gosh, it becomes a masterpiece. So we are a masterpiece in the works right now. Our planet is a work of art. We are a work of art. And we need to take away all of these distractions and focus on being the best versions of ourselves as Terrans. That is really the goal. It's about loving being a Terran and loving our planet. And Earth is ascended. She is going with or without us because, believe it or not, while we need the Earth to live, she actually doesn't need us to live. We are invited. We are welcome to come with her. But those who cannot hold the frequency, or those who cannot face their own shadows and conquer their own demons, they're going to have to go and do another school to get to that point. So there is going to be a split, and this is, I know it's upsetting for some people to think, oh, well, not everyone's going to make it. The soul is eternal, and we're fractal, and, this is a temporary experience. So don't get so caught up in the materialism and the physicality, because we're meant to evolve. And that's what this whole process is about. So it is going to be chaotic because there's a transference of power, and the deep state is not only are they going to do everything that they can, they're going to do everything that they can to destroy everything on their way out. Even though they know they're gone and they're wiped out, they're going to be jerks about it, and they're just going to destroy just for the sake of destroying. So we have to expect that, and we have to not let it get us down.
Yeah, it seems like they've done that in the past. We've had some dramatic things that happened to Earth, the flood story and so forth. We can see that Earth at certain times was far more technologically advanced than it is right now. So has it been these people that have destroyed the Earth and have come back, or is this a different time where the consciousness and so forth is going with the Earth, and there's going to be a split? I've heard this from a lot of people. And what are your thoughts? Is there a split where some people are going to go with the 3D Earth or whatever, and then there's going to be another type of Earth?
Well, this structure that we're experiencing now is going to collapse on itself. There's not going to be any more consciousness left in it. So no one's going to be here. This is actually a false matrix system. There's a first original matrix system. Matrix, believe it or not, is in the Bible, and it means womb. And this was the original mother construct, which was designed as a holographic interface for our souls to evolve and to have experiences in physicality. Now, what happened was when that was taken over by these parasitic groups that invaded, they flipped and reversed everything, and they created a false matrix system. And that's what we're experiencing now. And that's what we're liberating the souls from, so that they can go on to their next stage of evolution and not be recycled back in. So this system, this reality that we're experiencing now, is going to collapse in on itself, and there won't be any more false matrix system. What will happen is the souls that didn't evolve enough to be on the 5D Tara, that Earth plane, that new Earth plane, they're going to go to another 3D matrix system that is not an inversion. Now, a lot of what we have here too are NPCs. They're designed to be part of the construct, so they don't leave the construct. They're going to collapse with it. They're not multidimensional beings. They don't have souls, so they don't have a next stage of evolution. So there's multiple things going on at the same time here. Now, for your audience, I feel safe saying everyone's going to be going to 5D. If you're watching this and this resonates, you get it. And don't feel like you're responsible for saving everyone. Save your complex. The best, if you really want to help people, be the best version of yourself and lead by example. Be that shining lighthouse, be stable within yourself, and let people come to you when they're ready. And you live with integrity. You live your life as the best version of yourself, and you will be helping people, and your frequency will be helping people, and people will notice you. They're not going to say it, but they're going to learn just by your actions. So that really is the best way to help people instead of getting dropped down into the programming of that savior complex.
Wow. Some amazing insights and knowledge that's been shared. I love it. So your website again, earthbishop.com. You got a great book, Remember Your Torch. Tell us real quick about the torch. I love the way you describe the torch.
Yeah. The torch is, the fire element, this element of life. It represents our life force energy that comes through our soul. And this life force energy we carry from lifetime to lifetime. It can't be put out. It's the light that is filled with joy. It's the light that gives us the ability to create. And for me, I see it as the light of sacred wisdom. And to me, the torch, in a lot of my experiences, it's been like the passing of the torch, the passing of the wisdom. And we are all here. We are all going to be ancestors some days ourselves. So we need to practice embodying that wisdom so that we can one day pass this torch down. So that's what it means to me. And yeah, I have the book is Remember Your Torch. The workbook is Reignite Your Flame. So this is the step-by-step guide for self-healing. This is designed to save you a ton of time and money in therapy. And then there's a Remember Who You Are journal, because the journaling is a really big piece of it. And you write your own story in here. This is your journey, and what are you leaving? What is your lifetime? What has that meant to you? And what has that been? So, you can get all three of these things on my website directly, which is the cheapest way to get them, or they're on Amazon as well. And you can go to my website and have all different.
Well, Katie Bishop, we've been blessed with your insights and knowledge. Thank you so much for coming in. Love to have you back on. To talk a little bit deeper at some point. Maybe do some courses with you and get some more experience, and then we can have some deeper conversations. It'd be great.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much for having me, Michael.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I guess we were the first show. We had all your books and courses together. That's beautiful. Thanks for.
This was like the kickoff virtual book tour. So thank you. This means a lot to me.
We love that. Yeah, that's great. We love to be, the bringer of great information. You just brought it. So thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Great. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Ukraine's army is being decimated, right? It is it's a NATO trained, NATO supplied. NATO, when it was formed, was the Nazis from Germany basically started NATO. The Nazi generals basically were the first that came into NATO, and many Nazi generals from Germany over the years have been the head of NATO. So it is absolutely a former German Nazi organization, and it's being decimated by Russia, right? So Russia's not playing around this time. They're going to make sure that this Nazi army is absolutely destroyed, right? So, and then on the other side, we have weather that's being massively. You can see behind me. You're supposed to get lots of snow up here, a couple feet of snow over next couple days, weeks, and so forth. So from the solar activity that's coming in, it's going to cause wonky weather, right? The coast of California is supposed to get 4 to 5 inches, and going deeper, there'll be some 4 or 5 inches well into throughout California in the deserts and so forth. There'll be flooding, devastation. California has been under attack for a long time. They've been cloud seeding and all kind of crazy stuff. Area 51, they were dumping all kinds of aluminum in the air that's caused nano thermite and all kind of crazy stuff that got in the trees and on the houses and so forth. So when they came in and it hit it with the direct energy weapons, it basically caused a massive conflagration, destroyed much of California. It's been an ongoing process of destroying California, and it's not going to let up. Now we know the deep state is on their last legs, but they know they're on their last legs, but they're going to destroy everything on their way out, guys. Right? So you need to be heads up, you need to be able to move and chuck and jive. Like when I was a running back playing football in high school, just like I'd get hit and I just kept moving. I get hit, I'd bounce, I hit somebody else because I was a very powerful runner. And so I have big, strong legs and powerful legs, and I just would jam people, right? So you got to be able to shuck and jive. Don't let them, get you trapped, because they're going to try to. They're going to try and take out as many of us as they can. And we have to be able to fight. Remember that, right? fight. All right. So stay informed, and you'll be able to survive. Right. Don't get into the negative mind states and so forth like that. I know some of you out there, New Agers, you think all you have to do is meditate and focus on love, and everything's going to be fine. But you're going to find out, right? So you have to get involved. You can't just pray and hunker down and trust that God's going to take care of you. You've heard my story many times where God sent people to, like the sheriffs came and knocked on the door, and the guy was like, "Oh, God will take care of me," and no, the flood's coming, and then the boat came when they're on the first floor, second floor. And it's like, no, God will take care of me. And then a helicopter came when they're on the roof, and they're like, no, God will take care of me. And then they get to heaven, and it's like, well, God, I thought you were going to take care of me. So I sent like 3 times. I sent somebody to take care of you. So a lot of you guys in this group, you're involved. I'm not worried about that. No, I just did a show with Katie Bishop. She's a contactee and a walk-in, all kind of crazy stuff. She's got some incredible information. She talked about how this is a time frame where the earth will split. We've talked about this. I've had people that, well, I haven't had them on, but I've, and maybe I will. But this is one gentleman that basically talked to Jesus, and he said, the earth is going to be destroyed. Right? So the floods are coming. The storms are coming. The sun spots are launching plasma at us on a massive scale, and some of us will just go with the new earth, right? And but that's because we're involved, because we keep our consciousness on a high level, and we're watching for things that we need to do. Some people complain that I'm lucky because I can move around, and I went from Florida to here. Whatever, right? So wherever you're at, you can be safe to a certain extent. When you get the okay, it's time to go. Maybe it's time to go. And some of you are like, well, my jalopy won't even get down the street, so I'm just gonna go with the old earth and and reincarnate on some other star system, right? So whatever. So for those of you that are involved and you want to, you want to be in control of your life, and you know that there are forces out there that want you to be successful, and you tap into them, and that's where many of us are going to be going. So destruction of the Ukrainian army. It's ongoing. Ukrainian army, of course, like I said, is NATO. That's basically the Nazis, and they're being decimated, right? Decimate is from, I think, a Roman term. It was think deci is like 100. So when you had the 100 come in, the 100 Roman legion, right? They were going to decimate you. So anyway, Ukrainian army is being decimated. And I've been saying this is going to happen. It's going to start to accelerate. It's going to move very fast. Now, this is very important, I think, going forward, because the destruction of the deep state, the reptilian, Draco, Anunnaki, and so forth, the negative ones. Of course, there's some positive ones out there, but the negative ones that are, very much in control still in some areas. In Ukraine, they're still in control. In NATO, they're still in control. But we know that they're running out of money. They're running out of material, and they're being decimated, and very quickly, very fast. It's picking up speed, like I predicted about a year and a half ago when Russia started its big push, its offensive, and probably coming up on 2 years now. When we go into the new year, it'll be around 2 years that I predicted that they would start, and it did in that time frame. So we're seeing that move very, very fast now. It used to take them weeks and months to take cities. Now they're taking them in a very short period of time. The bigger cities used to take them a year or more. Now they're taking them in a month or two. So it's really accelerating. And this picture that I'm showing right here, this area right here is 34 square miles or kilometers. So 34 square kilometers. Massive move for one day, guys. Massive, massive move. So it's a disaster. Disaster everywhere for Ukraine. Ukraine is basically the deep state. Zelensky has basically taken a lot of money that the United States taxpayers have given him, and he has mansions all over the world. Just recently, someone that was, I guess, money laundering all the money that was coming in. They were supposed to be making drones and so forth. The Ukrainians don't have a lot of drones because I guess these people are stealing the money instead of making the drones. And so this guy, I guess, multi-billionaire, of course, they were going to his house, but he got word and he left for Israel, right? Safe in Israel. How about that, right? Israel for last. So there was another one that was skimming, and I guess Zelensky and his team were going after them. Maybe they weren't getting their cut like they needed, like they felt they were supposed to. So they're like, go get those guys. They're not giving us our cut. And so they escaped. So the other one went to Turkey. So you got one in Israel, one went to Turkey, and I guess those areas are going to benefit from that, from those very rich people that come in there and whatever, right? So it's not going to Ukraine. So Ukraine is collapsing everywhere. The money's drying up. They want NATO and the United States. So the United States has basically frozen Russian assets, which is complete BS. That's basically it showed the rest of the world that you can be in our system, but if we don't agree with you, we'll seize your shit, right? So and Russia was like, G7 and part of the world and part of trading and all kind of stuff, and they decided that they were going to try and take Russia over like they did in the Soviet Union days, and Russia's like, screw you, we're not going to do that. And we're gonna destroy your Nazi army again. So that's what they're doing. I don't know. If they're gonna let them exist in Europe. there is potential that Russia will not stop at the Polish border, right? So we'll see. Anyway, decimation of Ukrainian forces. It's happening. And here's another one. Military summary basically is letting us know that, you know, like I said, these cities are being taken down very quickly. Ukraine pulls out of negotiations, and that's not going to work out so good for them. So like the pulling out negotiations, they didn't have any negotiations. All it was like, we'll quit fighting you with our Nazi army, and you can have everything, right? So I guess Ukraine doesn't want to do that, and so Russia is going to keep coming. So here's a very good overview of this one city that's being absolutely Pokrovsk is being decimated, right?
Pokrov's direction. During the previous 24 hours, the map has been updated significantly. So this is the situation by the end of the 13th of November. This is the situation by the end of the 12th of November. The Russians managed to turn into the gray zone up to 20-25% of the settlement of Mirnograd. This information was provided by neutral mappers, which means that the Russians are already in the city limits and are trying to force the Ukrainians and the Ukraine army, or those who managed to survive, to move and to concentrate themselves somewhere along this area. And then Russians will start talks, will start negotiations. They will provide, of course, Ukraine.
So we've seen that there's been, I think, 25 Ukrainians. They're like on crutches and wheelchairs and stretchers. 25 basically surrendered. We haven't seen that number. It's not a very significant number because there's thousands of being Ukrainian soldiers being slaughtered, unfortunately. But we've not seen that kind of numbers for quite some time. Mariupol, some other places that Russia came in, and they knew that it was over for them. They didn't have any water, they didn't have any food, and they hadn't have any for a long time. So and so they dropped a bunch of leaflets on these guys, and they gave up. And then the place where they were, they blew it up with a over 6,000 pound bomb. They have some huge bombs now, and they're glide bombs, so they can go wherever they need them to go. They're controlled glide bombs. They drop from aircraft, with GPS tracking and so forth, and they just glide right into the target and blow it up. Wow, devastates like massive numbers of buildings when these fall. So they dropped the leaflets. You can stay, or you can. I guess those guys decided to live. So good for them, and hopefully a lot more are surrendering. This is the way it was on the Western Front during the Nazis, and they sent everybody to the Russian front. The generals that got out of the line, they sent them to the Russian front. So Zelensky, he's probably going to get those guys that were working the money and send them to the front. Right? And so that's the way I guess they pay them. It just got ridiculous. They were sending retarded people to the front, and so, they're desperate. But they're definitely being decimated. There was also a couple of days ago, some of you may have seen it. It was on the news where it was like Mad Max, and they said Russians are like Mad Max. No, Russians were taking advantage of a situation. There was a lot of fog that came in, and so the drones can't fly enough. They can't see anything. They don't fly, right? I guess there's IR and stuff. I don't know, but maybe the Ukrainians don't have that capability. So anyway, the Russians were on motorcycles. They'd taken a bunch of cars and vehicles that were like, probably all decimated and blown up and stuff, and they reconfigured them so that they would run. So they're on these vehicles that look like Mad Max. So they're like going into Pokrovsk, and they're just came in and took over under the cover of fog. So they called it Mad Max. But they're very skilled fighters. Instead of walking into, they just found what they could and converted it and rode in like heroes. So that's the way I would have done it. So here's a little bit of more information. I'm going to show you some scenes here.
Opportunity and chance to surrender. I'm not sure whether the Ukrainians are going to accept this or not. They still believe that Ukrainians, Syrsky, will be able to break through Russian defense around in the area of Rodinska and to make a corridor for evacuation. But we see that this hope is getting to nowhere. Furthermore, we got during the previous 24 hours a very interesting and very important video published by pro-Russian sources. In this video, we can see a Russian drone that was flying above the main supply lines, the main tree lines, and the main infrastructural objects across the city of Pokrovsk. And here we can see.
So I don't know if you're catching, there's like tons of vehicles that have been destroyed. So let me take it back a little bit.
Previous 24 hours, a very interesting and very important video published by pro-Russian sources. In this video, we can see a Russian drone that was flying above the main supply lines, the main tree lines, and the main infrastructural objects across the city of Pokrovsk. And here we can see tens of vehicles of the armed forces of Ukraine that were destroyed as a result of entering the Pokrovsk kill zone. So all these vehicles were destroyed by Russians with FPV drones, with different drones when the Ukrainians were trying to bring additional reinforcements and reserves or probably to evacuate. So dozens of vehicles.
So dozens and dozens and dozens. So there's a British Land Rover that was decimated. And of course, there's German, American, you name it, country, NATO country, that's the French that have given, armored vehicles and so forth. They're all being destroyed, right? So there's really not anything left to a great extent. So moving very quickly through that, and it's going to be very interesting going forward. So the market. So the market was down pretty significantly today. Of course, silver reached an all-time high today, all-time. And it was like over $54. And then the market decided to go kerplunk. So if you see if I can drag this down, there we go. So right up in here is the 54.47 area, I think. So all-time high on silver. You see how it just like it built a nice little, okay, we like this area. And then it collapsed because the market collapsed. The market collapsed almost 800 points. Now, the one thing that I was watching this today, and I saw the NASDAQ filled a gap, the Dow Jones filled a gap, and I'm like, okay, it's going to go up. Well, first, let me go look at this S&P. Oh, no, the S&P had a huge gap, massive gap that had to be filled. And so it was. So as you guys can see here, this gap right here, super massive gap. Let's see, it was at 67.30 all the way up to 67.70. So 40 or no, it's like a lot more, over 100. So anyway, it gapped down and it just kept going down all day. And you guys see here, it finally hit that, it filled that gap, because you guys know what I talk about. I talk about this all the time. There's gaps. Gaps got to be filled. And so it came down, filled that gap. And tomorrow it'll probably be up, 1,000 points. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Maybe. So, or maybe it'll just collapse some more. Who knows? So I know that you crypto bros and gals are like, totally into, crypto. I saw like a special report where they were saying that crypto is now in a Dow theory bear market. So that could be just whatever. It could be just a pullback like we saw today. Crypto pulled back pretty significantly. Right now it's like 98.8. I don't know what it ultimately went down to. Let's look. So ultimately went down to 98 right on the dot. How about that? So, and then it bounced. So right now it's just in the process of trying to find where it wants to go, right? And it could be up, it could be down forever, right? I don't know. A lot of people are like, we'll get out of stocks and we'll go to crypto. It didn't look like that today. So I've been watching, like I said, I've been watching crypto. Crypto has been leading the stock market down. So now here, like I said, is silver. Silver was down over $1. Now silver is in high demand right now. I saw a post recently, I think today, where some group, it didn't specify who it was, but some group purchased silver at the highest amount ever, right? So silver is becoming scarce in a lot of places. And scarcity means people are going to have to pay more for it. And so that's why you're seeing silver is not going to stop. Silver is going to probably, maybe by the end of the year, be like I predicted, around $75, maybe 85, 75, 85. A lot of people were saying 100. I think 150 by the middle of next year, easy, maybe sooner. Right. So that's 3x from where it is now. Now, a lot of you guys are like, it's too high. It's already gone. It's already reached its peak. No, it's not. And it will go much, much, much higher as the stock market and crypto goes down. Pretty much almost like bye-bye, right? It's going to go bye-bye, right? But enjoy it while you can. And you might, like I said, you might get it. I think it's going to go higher. There's a lot of fear right now. They filled up a gap. Maybe it'll go higher now. So we'll see. Could be a bargain. Bargain and pawn shop, I was able to get 30 for each. What, silver? You sold silver $30? What are you talking about? It's like over 50. So anyway, silver to the moon, Miss Mindersu. Yes, Miss Mindersu, you're correct. Silver will go to the moon. In fact, I think silver is going to go to Jupiter. So remember that, what was that movie, something Jupiter, where that woman was like she was a maid and she was like a queen on Jupiter, but it was hidden. And she learned about it. There was like this special protector that came to keep her alive. Not Uranus, right? Not Uranus, no. Jupiter Rising, that's it, Wolf Mother. Good one. Good call. Good call. Jupiter Rising, great movie. If you've never seen it, they got the bees in there. It's like, wow. The bees know that she's like a beautiful Jupiter mother, right? So very, very good. Jupiter Ascending. No, Jupiter Rising was a movie. Jupiter Rising. Yep. Ascending and rising, kind of the same thing. So close, not quite a cigar, but we'll give you a cigarette, all right? I don't smoke, so you'll have to get it somewhere else. So anyway, the cold is coming, and the solar storms are going to make it a lot worse, right? So let's look at David Dubine. He has a nice little show, and he talks about it.
Now, you could be having a bad day, but in perspective, I think not so much. But the planet being...
Yeah, that's really a bad day. But really, you know what? We're going to find out that we've had a few bad days with all this solar activity, guys, because all that energy just went into the earth, and it's going to cause some problems.
Smashed by CMEs, auroras all the way down to Florida. There's been record cold down to Florida, but you're not hearing about it. They want you to look at the pretty colors in the auroras, which I'll bring you tomorrow's video. Incredibly beautiful, but starting at the record polar vortex swinging down. Lock that in for you. Right around 15,000 feet, it was 40 Celsius below zero, which is a negative 40, which caused those ground temperatures to, well, get chilly. And what's interesting is as it moved offshore, creating this pattern of ice crystal clouds, which you normally see along the North Pole boundary. But hey, with the Earth's magnetic field collapsing,
North Pole, yep, the Earth's magnetic field is collapsing because we're getting hammered by these solar storms. So not so good stuff. All right. So we're going to continue to see a lot of this weather craziness. And let's look at the next weather craziness that's coming. Massive amounts of water. It never rains in California, but when it does, it pours. And that's what we're going to see. And we're already starting to see that right now. So it's not looking so good for Cali.
Back to Earth and talk about some upcoming weather. Our top story is going to be this big time storm that's hitting California, Oregon, the Pacific Northwest. We've got a really strong low pressure system here, very visible on satellite, slamming moisture into California, Sacramento, San Francisco area right now. And this is going to cause some big problems with flooding and winds and landslides. We're already seeing reports coming in about landslides, and this is going to go on for quite some time here in Central California. And slowly but surely, some of the effects are going to slide down into Southern California as well. I mean, the West Coast is just going to get battered by this atmospheric river over the next couple of days. But once again, it does look like over time, the low pressure system is going to weaken and kind of stall out as it goes down to the south and east, but it's still going to chug a bunch of Pacific moisture into the Los Angeles area. And it looks like it's going to be a lot of moisture. I'm expecting.
All right. So Ryan Hall, y'all, he brings it. So it's very good information. Now, we've had a lot of dry stuff, like I talked about earlier, in California, burning the place down. And what's that going to do when a lot of rain hits it? We're going to get the equivalent of months and months of rain in a couple of days.
Widespread flooding, down trees, especially in more central and northern parts of California with the down trees. But even in Southern California, flooding is on the way. Get ready for it. Just look at the amount of rain that we could see over the next 1 to 5 days. These are crazy numbers for California, especially around Los Angeles down here. Some places will see much more than 4 inches of rain in a short period of time. This will lead to flooding. And of course, this is going to be a problem in those burn scars. But even outside of that, this could be a problem just for general areas around Los Angeles, Santa Barbara.
Yeah, that's going out to the deserts. So the deserts like it. I've been in the deserts when there's been heavy downpours. When I was a SEAL, we used to train out in Nyland, California. We had our own little compound out there, and boy, when it rained hard, it was like rivers. One of the vans are out, tipped over into one of the canals there because they got hit by a tsunami, right? And the guys were fortunately able to get out, but the van was lost. And so that's going to be some cray out there in those deserts. Of course, they'll flower. It'll be beautiful. Maybe not during the winter, but when it comes around flowering time, it's going to be spectacular in the desert. But we're seeing. I predicted we're going to have wave upon wave upon wave for months of weather come hitting us into California, going over into Colorado, the Rockies. So the Sierras, the Rockies are going to get rocked with snow, massive amounts of it. And then, of course, the low-lying areas, the valleys and so forth, will get a lot of this stuff. And, if they were smart, what they would do is, reservoir this stuff up, California, just let it run out to sea. And then, the farmers don't get any water. It's like, what group, put these crazy people in, well, we know who it is, the Anunnaki and the reptilians. So, of course, I look at Gavin Newsom, looks like a vampire to me, but I guess somebody in the reptilian line, owns his DNA. I don't know. That's the only thing I can figure out. So, look at this weather. Unbelievable. All the way out into Phoenix. The high mountains are going to get this. So you'll see high mountain snow all the way out into, of course, Colorado, Nevada, into New Mexico, and Arizona, Utah, of course. So all these mountains are going to get massive amounts of snow, right? It's going to be. You think he's a reptile? Wolf Mother, I agree. I think he's a reptile, but a lot of people like him because he's a shape-shifting reptile, and I think occasionally some people get a real glimpse of him. You know that in certain frequency vibrations in higher vibrational fields, you can see these people. I've seen some of these people. They're not pretty, right? So yeah, Newsom is very, very disturbing when you really start to see him. I call him a vampire, but he looks like some kind of snake man when you see the real vibrational frequencies. So
Santa Maria, and then of course up there into the Central Valley, up towards Redding, and a lot of this is going to actually fall as snow in the higher elevations, which is why we've had to pull out the snow map here, and you can see that it looks like about 2 feet of snow is going to be possible at the highest elevations of the Sierra down here. So get ready for this storm. It's going to be relentless for the next couple of days, especially in southern portions of California, and it does look like it's going to come along with some flooding. Even all the way out there on the day 3 WPC excessive rainfall outlook, we are highlighting the Los Angeles area and the Death Valley National Park for significant flooding. This will likely be upgraded to a moderate risk before all is said and done. So that's
significant flooding with a moderate risk, and who knows, maybe it will become high risk further on. I think it will. All right, so just be aware, it's happening. Now, global alert. General Flynn warns America's enemies are preparing to launch thousands of terror attacks designed to collapse the United States in the next 90 days. So he was on Alex Jones' show. I don't know where he's getting the information from. I guess he's still tapped in, although I guess he wasn't tapped in when the guys from FBI came and took him down. So, but he seems to be tapped in here. Right? Because I've been warning about this for like quite some time. So deep state dangerously close to derailing Trump agenda. So thousands of terror attacks designed to collapse the United States in the next 90 days. So the former head of the defense agency warns that America's survival literally hangs in the balance. And if massive deep state indictments don't happen soon, their plan to destroy America will succeed. And of course, you know, we had Juan on last night. We're trying to get Tina Peters freed. Her son, Remington, former Navy SEAL, he's rolling over a grave. He's like, Mike, come on, please go rescue my mom. I'm like, I can't do that. Right? So not in this reality, but I'm trying. And the other realities, guys, sending prayers, sending, the love frequency, to help out Tina. Hopefully it helps. But these evil ones are very powerful, so that they have a little notch in their side. Now, I don't know why the Department of Justice is not contacting Pueblo correction facilities where Tina is located and transferring her into a federal facility where she'll get support and stuff that she needs, and maybe even a little bit of freedom, maybe even complete freedom. I don't know. I don't know why, guys. There's could be some more pressing stuff. Maybe there's a reptilian lineup that if they do that, then they'll come in and raid the DOJ and FBI headquarters. I don't know. So, but it seems very strange to me that the one person that really risked everything for Trump more than probably anyone else out there is being kept behind bars. And I think President Trump is failing here, right? President Trump and his team. So there's lots of, phone numbers to call. In my X, Juan did another show and they're saying DOJ and White House. There's more numbers because we called, the governor of Colorado. I guess that didn't work, right? So we blew his phone up, and I guess now we're going to blow up the DOJ and the White House. This is crazy. This is, if we can't release just one person, it's not looking so good. All right. So that's kind of where that is right now. All right, guys. That's all I got for right now. So lots of rain and snow and so forth for the West Coast, and I guess a heat wave for the rest of America after having a polar vortex come down. Now you're going to get a heat wave, and then you're going to get another polar vortex, and you're going to I don't know about another heat wave, but it's going to be back and forth, wonky weather with this sunspot activity that's really cranking at us. So just be heads up, going forward. Weather's going to get crazy, and earthquakes are going to get crazy, volcanoes, tsunamis. Oh my! So everything's coming, right? So be open-minded, be ready to roll, right? All right, and have the stuff you need to survive. Have extra food and water, blah blah blah. We've been talking about that for like 5 years now, Mike. It hasn't happened yet. Well, some of us it has. So just be ready to roll, like I did when I was in Florida with Hurricane Helene. I was like, what? This is completely unnatural. And I've been able to push these out for years, and something is different, right? So I loaded up the truck and moved out of there, right? And we survived. So be ready to roll in a moment's notice. You may have to leave some stuff behind, but I had all the gold and silver and all the other important stuff, and the weapons and bullets and all that stuff. So be ready to roll with that stuff. You don't want to leave that stuff behind, unless you have to. If you have to, at a moment's notice. If I have to, go on foot, I've got all the stuff I need to go on foot if I need to. Just leave everything. Go naked into the wilderness. I'll still survive, right? So be ready. Be ready. It's going to get. It's going to be a really crazy year because the reptilians are really pissed. They can be very nasty, right? And they're gonna do what they can to create problems for us. All right. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. It looks like a lot of people are starting to catch on with the space weather that could have a massive impact on Earth. And we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about that. So very, very, I think it's going to be a biggie. All right. So we need to be aware of that. And we're going to talk about that. But first, I did a show with Sheila Home. Quite amazing show. And afterwards, we were talking a little bit, and we talked about how Donna Brazile had sent a email to Nancy Pelosi. So Donald Trump, and at the time, it wasn't J.D. Vance, it was the other guy that was like a huge failure for Trump. I'm not even going to mention his name because he who must not be named, right? The former vice president. Who's traitor, I think. So they were both in the White House, and Nancy Pelosi was going on a trip to the Middle East or something, and she had all her family and all her luggage was packed, and I guess there was kind of like the same thing was going on right now. There was a government shutdown, and President Trump was like, wait. Okay, canceled. Kind of like that. And so I guess what happened is they were going to shoot a Russian missile that they had gotten at the White House and blow the White House up. So Donna Brazile sent a email to Nancy Pelosi, which was intercepted. I guess when they thought that, she was supposed to be off, and saying, congratulations, Madam President. So, wow. There's a lot more that's going to be revealed, I think, in the future. So Donna Brazile, of course, I guess she has a squeeze, which is the former mayor. I don't know if it's the current mayor or the former mayor, female of the Washington D.C. Is her squeeze, all right, her significant other type. So, which doesn't mean anything to me. You know, love is love, whether you're loving same sex or whatever. So, but anyway, it kind of seems to matter to some people. But for me, you know, it just goes to show that these people are full of lies and deceit, just like Obama's children, being from other parents that were donated to the Obama couple, who, of course, we know that Michelle is a transgender, Michael, and that's been, you know, revealed. It's been revealed for a long time. You know, within a week or two after revealing that Michelle was a transgender. So, wow. So, I mean, these people, like I said, they're full of lies. Democrat Party, a lot of things are being exposed. President Trump blow him up in the White House with his vice president. And that was when Nancy Pelosi was the leader of the House. And the way it works, I remember they did that one show where there was like, you know, the presidency. So there's kind of, you know, they show us a little bit, you know, what's going to come, and then they reveal it. One of the things I saw just recently, I need to bring it up. I think I shared it on X. So let me see if I can get X up and share that. It is unbelievable. It's basically well, let me get it. So I don't want to screw it up. So I'll talk about it and I won't say it right. So hopefully I got it on X. I know I was sharing it everywhere else. So let's see. Is it there? Come on. Maybe I have it on Facebook. So it is basically a massive share where we're seeing that recent plane that went down just recently, FedEx plane tied to 9/11, all kinds of crazy stuff. Hopefully I got it. Oh my God. Maybe I should just move on. I'll just have it ready for next show, but it's stunning. It's a stunning reveal. I'm not seeing it in Facebook, so either. It's one of those things where, you know, you think you share it to some places and then you find out later you shared it someplace else. Because I got so many different things going on. So, but is that it? Nope. Got it. So it's going to be very, very interesting to reveal this one, guys, because you're going to love it. All right, here we go.
Crash that just happened and 9/11, I didn't believe it until I fact checked it, and it is completely real. Listen to this. This is an image of Dick Cheney watching the September 11th attacks. He passed away November 4th. So he was the VP during 9/11. Now, on the FBI's website, they state that 2,976 people were unalived on September 11th. What at first could be a coincidence is that the UPS plane crash that just happened was flight 2976. But there's more. So on the same day that Dick Cheney passes away, November.
So, of course, I'm sharing this with you on 11/11. So, you know, thank you to all your veterans out there. I know a lot of you guys have been saying thank you for my service, but my service has not stopped. All right. So I'm still serving. My life is still threatened. I feel in some cases that I am under or have been under more threat, you know, sharing this stuff on, you know, social media than I ever did when I was in the military or working in the CIA in combat zones. It's crazy. Right? So, yes, thank you so much, everyone that has, you know, expressed your gratitude. So my gratitude goes back to you for, you know, tuning in and staying informed.
November 4th, we have 2,976 people who passed away during 9/11. We have flight 2976 that.
All right. So 2,976 people, 2976. Wow. So it's like they script this narrative for us. It's like we're living in a movie. So, you know, we've heard the thing a lot, and some people get really irritated when you say enjoy the movie, get lots of popcorn, get your popcorn. It's not like it's being done by the good guys. It's being done by the bad guys, and it's constantly happening. All right. So, but calling it out and pointing it out is very, very important so that we understand their game. And when you diss them and like meme them and laugh at them, they hate that. So that's why you should do it a lot.
Just crashed. That alone could just be a coincidence. I know there's no such thing, but let's just put that out there. But here's where it gets crazy. The model of the plane is the McDonnell Douglas MD-11. That was the plane that crashed. That was retired from passenger service 11 years and 9 days before it just crashed on November 4th, 9/11. And as of today, 9 perished and 11 injured in the UPS cargo plane crash that just happened. And then here's the cherry on top. The night that happened, Donald Trump tweets, "And so it begins," which is a famous quote from Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. So how much of our reality is scripted and planned? I bet you if you type this in, not that you should use ChatGPT, but if you did, hey chat, what's the odds between this, and that all happening and these connections between them? It's probably 1 in several trillion. It is extremely unlikely to be an accident. Now, this kind of reminds me of the kindergarten class that was being, told to say with certain words, to spell out certain words, that George Bush was sitting in the class and they got the kids to read out plane, steel, beam, tower. Do you remember that? And then he got the call that was famously, they got the picture of him. Oh shit, there was an attack. This just gives me, I don't know, man. Absolutely shocking. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
All right. It's an altered reality. We live it, right? We live in an altered and basically managed reality. So that's what we're in right now. And one of those altered and managed realities could be coming from the universe. Right? So the universe, you're like, well, is it scripted from the universe? You got to start looking at everything like this now, guys. So it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So we're about to get a shock wave that's going to hit the earth, and we need to be prepared for it.
There is a lot going on. There's a shock wave that's already interacted with the Earth following the large X-class solar flare that came right out of this sunspot and active region right here. Here's the sunspot that's been throwing a fit off and on for the last couple of weeks. When it was behind the sun, we saw evidence of what appeared to be a possible CME that came off the backside of the sun, moving at over 5 million miles per hour. That is nearly Carrington speed. The Carrington event of 1859 is the largest solar flare in CME ever recorded.
All right, so the largest coronal mass ejection ever recorded basically knocked out all of the telegraph wires. That was like their internet back then, right? So is this going to disrupt our satellites, internet, cell phone, TVs, you name it? There won't be any popcorn eating because all that stuff be gone, right? So it'll be back to like tiddlywinks and playing cards. So I don't know. You guys just be aware that we have some very powerful storms that are coming. We've talked about this for years. I've said more recently that I really, really, really feel that this stuff is coming. And it's getting very, very close. And here we are.
Looking at an event right here, you just saw a full halo. That right there you just saw that looked like snow is a proton storm that's currently got the Earth engulfed in charged particles. That storm is underway. We're about to enter a possible strong geomagnetic storm following 3 X-class solar flares that all sent CMEs flying through space headed towards the Earth. And here's a graph over here at the Parker Spiral. Let me show you what's going on. The yellow dot is the sun. The green dot is the Earth. The moving waves, the activity you see between the Earth and the sun, those are the CMEs. And you can see what's called a cannibal CME right in here. Let me show you where it's at. Here I put an arrow pointing right towards the cannibal CME.
The cannibal CME. Wow, that's quite a name. So these, as you guys can see, one burst out from the sun, and then another one burst out with much more power. So it's catching up to the first one, and they're sandwiching together, and they're going to hit at the same time. And then we had this coronal mass ejection, which is going to catch both of them and hit the Earth, all of them simultaneously. Oh, that's going to stir things up.
Basically, this is what's going on. The CME right here is moving much faster than the large CME in front of it. It's going to join with the larger CME. They're both going to impact the Earth at around the same time. When they do, like they did back in April of this year, it created a very long duration, strong G4 geomagnetic storm. Auroras were sent way down into the lower latitudes. That could happen again. You can see this big spike right here. That is a forecasted prediction of the plasma density associated with the cannibal CME situation. So we could see a large scale event here within the next 24 to 36 hours. The Ovation Prime. This is a graph right here that represents the Aurora Borealis and how far they could dip down into the southern latitudes. And don't be surprised if some of these auroras dip down into Kentucky, southern Missouri, quite possibly northern Arkansas, Texas, maybe even deeper than that. So a lot.
Maybe even deeper than that. So many of us may be seeing Aurora Borealis. I've been up into Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I saw them up there. Spectacular in the summertime, many years ago. I was doing a course up there, teaching tracking and intuitive skills and remote viewing and all that kind of crazy stuff. So it is possibly going to be seen by a good portion of America. Now, right now we have an iguana apocalypse that's happening in Florida. That's right. Iguana apocalypse, which is basically what that means is when it gets really cold, which is happening now in Florida, 30, 32-degree temperatures deep down into Florida right now. You have the iguanas, which hang out in the trees. They basically freeze, not completely freeze, but they can't move anymore because all their blood, because they're reptiles. And so their blood gets centralized and they can't move their muscles. So they collapse and they fall out of the trees. So iguana apocalypse, that's what they call it. Poor iguanas. That's right. Hell bent. So that's, they recover though. It warms up, the sun comes out and it warms them up and then they scurry around again. So, but it is kind of interesting. I've never seen it myself, but I've seen it talked about quite some time. All right, so crazy stuff happening. Crazy stuff. Mike said that there was going to be winter would come early this year, and it definitely is. All right, so lots of craziness out there, and the craziness is not going to stop anytime soon. All right, so this craziness, I think, is going to continue for the next couple of years. So the Carrington event of 1859 was the most intense geomagnetic storm recorded in history, caused by a massive solar flare and coronal mass ejection from the sun. It resulted in spectacular auroras visible far beyond the polar regions and caused significant disruptions to telegraph systems on Earth. So expect, significant, disruptions going forward. Now, let's look at, what the experts say. Right. What do the experts say? Do solar flares or magnetic storms, space weather, cause earthquakes? All right. Can you predict earthquakes? No. Can animals predict earthquakes? Well, they didn't quite say no, but kind of said no. But of course, we know animals are very in tune, and they do run, they scurry away or get crazy just before earthquakes. So watch your animals. Can mega quakes really happen like a magnitude 10 or larger? No. All right. You guys are like on thin ice there. All right. Can the ground open up during an earthquake? Yes. I didn't say yes, but shallow crevices can form during earthquakes. Will California eventually fall into the ocean? No. So there you go, guys. Don't worry. California will not fall into the Pacific, right? Although many psychics in the past have said yes, but the experts say no. So, all right. So don't worry. Don't worry. It's no problem. So the Great Midwest Earthquake of 1811. So here's the experts again. You can trust your government. Ask any Indian. They'll tell you can trust their government. 200 years ago, a series of powerful tremblers devastated what is now Missouri. Could it happen again? So they say no. It was a freak event. So the screams of their frightened inhabitants running to and fro, not knowing where to go or what to do, the cries of the fowls and beasts of every species, the cracking of trees falling, formed a scene truly horrible. So the Mississippi River actually reversed, caused lots of flooding. So each New Madrid earthquake had a magnitude of 7.5 or greater, maybe a 10, right? So the first one struck on January 23rd, and February 7th was the second. So they talk about, these big, disasters and so forth. And it said, but 8-year-old Godfrey Lesueur saw the ground rolling in waves like a great loaf of bread to the height of many feet, right? So thousands of fissures ripped open fields, like USGS said that, yeah, it could happen. But here we have accounts of thousands of fissures, ripped open fields, and geysers burst from the earth, spewing sand, water, and mud and coal high into the air. All right, so sand blows tell a dramatic story. So they said geologists once assumed that the 1811-12 disaster was a one-time event and little cause for concern for the people. So again, you can trust the government. Ask any Indian, right? So then 2 decades ago, so this was well over 100 years, almost 150, 60, 70, 80, whatever, 200 years ago. 200 years later, they say, expert Mortitia Tuttle and her colleagues began dissecting sand flows in the 5 states surrounding New Madrid. The sand blows were left by geysers when debris surged up through narrow dikes and landed in wide mounds. Sand blows tell a dramatic story of the widespread shaking of these large earthquakes. So they excavated potsherds, spear points, and corn kernels, and realized that many of the sand blows were more than 200 years old. Oh, so it wasn't just a one-time freak event. Some had archaeological sites on top of them with 2,000-year-old artifacts. There's no way the New Madrid earthquakes were a one-time freak event, Tuttle says. The Midwest had been slammed by violent earthquakes around AD 1450 and 900 and 2350 BC, and probably more often. So if the government says that you do not have to worry, then you need to worry, right? Pretty much, right? So are we heading towards some significant earthquake events? Pretty much. All right, so now Dutch Sense, a lot of you guys have been following Dutch Sense like I have for, I don't know, a long time, 10 years, maybe eight years at least. And he's very accurate, very skilled. but he doesn't have a degree, so they discount his information. All those information has been very, very good. In fact, it's so good that they often, take his videos down, kind of like they used to do mine, right? Let's listen.
So these charged particles come in and scuff their feet across the magnetosphere and further all the way in towards the Earth's upper ionosphere. And as the charged particles scuff their feet across the Earth's atmosphere or ionosphere, you get northern lights, a buildup of charge. That builds up electric up in the upper ionosphere. It starts to glow, air glow. You get the northern lights and the southern lights. Now that electricity goes down into the ground ultimately. And the ground isn't just the ground, it's the core of the Earth in this case. So we're talking about a boat.
All right. So the electricity, all right, the energy goes down into the ground, right? Very important point.
Energy coming in, and it gets dumped into the magnetosphere, which then takes it down into the core of the Earth. And within a couple days of the arrival of the solar storm, or even less, in the same day, when the solar storm arrives, when the charged particles arrive, we tend to see a new beat of the drum come up from down below the plates, down in the core of the Earth. And electroplasma in the core of the Earth, like lightning times a billion, a trillion. I don't really know. It's somewhere between a billion and a trillion, let's just say. And so we have lightning coming up from the core of the Earth, electro, and it comes up to the underside of the plate, hammering in with a very low frequency. And that then gets us into, is there an earthquake?
All right. So all this energy that's coming at us is going to go into the Earth. It's already into the Earth. The Earth is already active. So it's like we have a fire going on in the Earth, and we're going to throw some serious nitroglycerin, it's like propane, gas, and coal, and so everything. We're dumping it all. We're dumping it all in there. And what do you think is going to happen? All right. So this is what we have coming.
After solar storms. Yes. And we can see big earthquake activity. Now that gets into the other part of this. I was clicking on my homepage. I'm not going to do that now, but I saw there were warnings from other researchers saying that there's a potential of a mega quake taking place in Japan. Now, I'm not going to dispute that at all. Japan has been moving. It went up to 6.8 just a day and a half ago. We went to 6 yesterday. And so we're flirting between 6 and 6.8 already on the coast of Japan. Then down to the south, 5.1, 4.9, and up to the north, 4.9, 5.4. So it's two of the same sized earthquakes equidistantly spaced out across the plate boundary, which is not even evenly spaced. Let's go over to the USGS plate boundary map and show you what I'm talking about here. So other researchers warning for a mega quake to take place. When I hear mega quake, I hear 8+. Like that's just what I think of when I think of mega quake. It's not a definitive term for anything. So just a very large earthquake is what's being called for by other researchers. And I would say we need to watch it. Additionally, I mean, I'm not going to dispute them.
Okay. So remember, the government agency, USGS, says that you cannot predict earthquakes, right? Especially big earthquakes. And there can never be a 10.0 or 10 earthquake, right? So we'll see.
On this, that when we get 6.8 level activity going in the last day, along here, you see the H-shaped plate boundary here. It goes up to the north, up to Kamchatka, and it goes down to the south, all the way down to Guam, where our earthquake struck yesterday. Kamchatka broke 2.5, 3 months ago with an 8.0 right up here at Kamchatka. So this whole region has been in flux for 3 months. And now we have this taking place off the coast of Japan, 90 miles away from where the mega quake struck back in 2011. 90 miles south of here, where the current earthquake swarm is, right here, is where the 9.0 struck back on March 11th of 2011. And in the days leading up to the March 11th, 2011 mega quake in Japan, there was X-class flare activity coming off the western limb of the sun, the right side of the sun, somewhat like what we're seeing now in 2025. Earth-facing X-class flare with large CME and shock wave that goes out. So what are we going to look for here? I'm going to look for the next step up. We're already at 6.8. So the next step up for us means up to a magnitude larger. That takes us up to near 7.8 level activity. And then we can further reduce our areas to watch by finding the halfway points between our current earthquakes. And this gets into earthquake forecasting. If you want to know how to do your own earthquake forecasting, the directions are already out there. And I even shared a video this week from a different channel that's not related at all. They're doing audio acoustic sound wave tests, but these are small particles of styrofoam in a container where they're testing in a Kunst tube audio waves. But this same phenomenon is happening across thousands of miles with a very low frequency. So a very low frequency, you get the weak portion of the wave spreads out at a great distance. So it doesn't just end at the end of a Kunst tube, for instance, in a laboratory. But here, we're spreading out across a distance from Taiwan up to Kamchatka and over to Alaska. Same way, we're going down to the south across the plate boundary down towards Philippines. Let's go back over to the...
All right. So this is where Dutch gets into his forecasting, which has been extremely accurate in the past. Not perfect, but I would say he's in the 80, 90 percentile, right? So he's not necessarily intuitive, but he uses his own science that he's developed over time, which has worked extremely well. And then, of course, we have other experts that do have backgrounds in the science and give us information, like Stefan Burns. So one of the things that we have seen more recently, just over the last several months, and then more recently, just a couple of days ago, is Kilauea volcano has been really becoming more and more and more active.
I say this as a geologist and volcanologist. What you are looking at are twin 1,100-foot or 335-meter-high lava fountains produced at the summit of Hawaii's Kilauea volcano on November 9th, 2025. These two events were located in the southwestern segment of its summit caldera and erupted a truly stunning amount of lava. During the 297 minutes it continuously erupted for, enough lava was erupted every 5.3 seconds to hypothetically fill a full Olympic-sized swimming pool.
All right. So every 5 seconds is filling an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Whatever. Right. So now imagine that magnified, I think, probably coming for a lot of these volcanoes around the world on a much more massive scale, right? So one of those that I've been predicting is going to go supernova is Campi Flegrei. So let's look at what's going on. So this could be it, guys. This new energy coming in could kick off Japan and could cook off Campi Flegrei.
Flegrei volcano update, guys. I have been suspecting it, and now we have the confirmation. The new INGV weekly bulletin is out, and the measurements are accelerating, guys. The supervolcano in Naples, in Italy, is showing signs of accelerated unrest. And what will that mean, guys? We've talked about the ground uplift quite a lot in my recent videos, and I urge you to watch my last video about the new study that tells us what the earthquakes are doing with the volcano and how they weaken the crust, not by just shaking. There's something else going on because there is a different type of earthquakes going on. And what we've heard now from the bulletin plays right into that and makes the whole thing a little bit more concerning. So that video is in the end screen, but let's get to what really has happened. The ground uplift at Campi Flegrei has accelerated more strongly than anticipated.
So this ground uplift has been going on for not quite a year, but it's been accelerating, and you're going to see she's going to give you a graph of that acceleration and how it's really lifting it so high that the port in Campi Flegrei is dry because the ground has lifted so much. So this has happened in a lot of other areas. When I was in Turkey, some of the old Roman cities, the ground uplifted, and they stopped being functional and people moved away, right? But they were once massive major cities. So will this just be an uplift, or will this be like the Naples explosion of energy coming out and ash and so forth? I think we're going to see an explosion, right? So the cap over Campo Flegrei, there's volcanic, one area that has a lot of magma under it is starting to crack from the pressure. So we're getting close to this thing blowing.
So they have corrected their data compared to the last bulletin, where the ground uplift was set to have raised from 1.5 centimeters a month to 2 centimeters a month. But now it is 2.5 centimeters a month. And you might think, well, what are you talking about? This is just a few millimeters in a hole of just a few inches. Guys, look at this. This is the Medusa station with the tide gauge that is measuring the unrest, and it's measuring the land rise. And you can see over the years how that has accelerated. We're approaching 1.60 meters. That's why the port of Pozzuoli is running dry. There's no water in there because the land is rising. This is significant. And guys, we had the unrest in May 2024, where the land rise had accelerated, and in February, March, where we had that seismic crisis at Campo Flegrei, non-stop earthquakes in the higher magnitude, 4.6.
All right, so that puppy is getting ready to blow. So if it gets a little bit more pressure and energy, which seems to be coming right now, and this might not be the only one. This could, invigorate it more. Make some more vents pop open, a little bit of volcanic seepage or so forth. And then we're going to get more and more and more. This is not going to stop, right? We're moving into a period where you look back into history, these periods have come, and you have the poles that are going to wander. The poles are wandering like crazy right now. And who knows, maybe they're going to reach another point, another level. Now, if you look at Siberia over the last, several decades, they've actually had woolly mammoths. So the woolly mammoth during the last cataclysmic event 12,000 years ago, when the ice age ended, all right? So all through this ice age, you have all these massive woolly mammoths that make the African elephant look like a little child, right? They're massive. And so they're all over the place. They're in North America. We have woolly mammoths. We have Siberian tigers with those great big teeth, right? They end up hammered. Massive numbers of them, along with trees and everything, get slammed into canyons for miles. Oh, that's just normal. That's just normal, right? So the woolly mammoths in Siberia, they're starting to thaw over the last several decades and more, like 50, 60 years. This has been ongoing. They have thawed out. They've been frozen. They were flash frozen. They still had, they had these flowers. So Sheila and I talked about this, how my wife has been telling me this. There's a biblical passage where two men will walk in the field. At one point, one will be there and one will be completely gone, disappear, right? So this has also happened throughout time, where cultures and groups of people have just disappeared. Are those of us that are enlightened and raising our vibrational consciousness, are we going to soon disappear from this craziness? I think there's a possibility, guys. So anyway, so stay focused. Don't give up hope. Maybe we're just going to create a new earth. I've heard from a guy that I think it's called 44 Hours, where he died and came back, and Jesus talked to him, and he said that he's not going to, when there's destruction that's happening now on Earth, he's not going to come and refurbish Earth. He's going to create a new Earth, right? So you need to be aware of that. Don't give up hope on it. I've seen a lot of chat where people says, I just don't care anymore. It's like, okay, you're not going to come to the new Earth, all right? So it's like you're not going to be part of the team then. So we want everybody to get involved in this, guys. So stay focused. Don't lose hope. I think there's going to be some major positive events that are going to come in the future. So just stay with the program. Don't give up, right? Look at that sky back there. Somebody told me that yesterday when I was outside doing the show, went super fast forward and the sky was like changed. I got to go back and look at that. That must have been pretty cool. So now here is Stefan Burns. Stefan Burns is, I think, one of the leading, revealers of excellent information. So let's listen. So I posted this on my X account when it came out. I'm just like tapped into him, right? So within minutes after he released this, is 5 hours ago now, I was posting on my X account.
I'm Stefan Burns here. We just had a 5.1 X-class flare blast off from the sun just a few hours ago. Boom! Shakalaka. That is the 6th largest solar flare that we've had in this solar cycle 25. Months ago, I was talking about how this fall we would very likely see a second peak in solar activity. That confirms it. That launched a colossal coronal mass ejection towards Earth that is expected to hit us in less than 24 hours. The initial velocity estimate on this is about 1,850 kilometers per second. You do the math, Earth and the sun are 150 million kilometers apart. And well, what you get is about 22 hours for that transit time. Now, there are already 2 solar storms in front of this one that are about to hit us and expected about less than 12 hours. And the first one launched was the slowest. The second one was faster. This is the fastest. It's a perfect situation for a pancake where one solar storm catches up to the other, which then catches up to the other one after that. So that is the situation that we have right now. And likely we're going to get a triple sequence where we get the first one to come in, then we get a bigger shock to follow, and then this third shock should really send us into a pretty crazy geomagnetic.
All right. So I'm putting this, I don't know if you can see it. I'm going to stop the share so it will come out a little bit better. So Tammy Cooney said, be careful what you focus on. We create what we focus on. Observe, don't absorb. So excellent advice. Very good, Tammy. So, and a lot of people go crazy interpreting that and get a little funky with it. But really, that's what it is. You can look at your life. Whatever you have manifested in your life is what you have focused on. And you're like, well, I didn't want to focus on losing all my money and being poor and stuff. Well, sounds like maybe you did, because I've been in those situations and I know when you're in that situation, it's a gift. It's a gift for you to observe, don't absorb, and learn from that experience, and then go to higher levels, right? So wherever you're at in life is a result of your focus, right? So keep that in mind as we share this information. There's a lot of very sketchy people out there that come in and make really crazy comments in chats and so forth. Don't get sucked into that, right? Just observe this. I put it out. Do you see me no, it's that's dumb. Why would I be like that? Right? So I've been in combat zones. All the guys that have that kind of attitude are dead, right? So everybody pretty much going to be in combat zones going forward. All right. So and I know some of you are hearing that and you're going, we're going to be combat. Yeah. So yeah, what you focus on, right? So observe, don't absorb, right? Now, what do you want to absorb? Beauty, peace, serenity, love from your fellow human beings, all right, from your animals, from your plants, all right. I have all that. I look at this. I look at the sky back there, and it's like, oh, it's so beautiful. I live in such a beautiful place. I'm gonna eat amazing, beautiful meat soon. So, thank you, cows that gave your life so that I may live. All right, so you have to observe and not absorb, guys. All right, so excellent advice from Tammy. I saw that just come across the chat. I was like, oh, you got to share that one. Good one. All right, moving forward.
And as a result of that, we're likely to see G4 conditions. I would not be surprised if we get a G5 geomagnetic storm within the next 2 days. I think we're almost certainly guaranteed
Now, the G5 is the one that basically is going to shut down a lot of stuff, right? So it comes in, it's energy. It's electrical energy, plasma, and so forth. It's going to come in, and it's going to hit our electric grid system, satellites, cell phone towers, all that stuff's going to get wacky, right? I don't know. I don't think we're going to get a Carrington event where all of our, information is going to get fried. It could, but I don't think so. So I don't think it's that strong, but it's going to have an effect. There's going to be disruptions, absolutely going to be disruptions. How severe those are remains to be seen.
Preconditions, that's a strong geomagnetic storm. I'm putting the probability of G4 conditions at probably like 80%. And a G5 storm, I'd say it's probably about a 50% chance that we get a G5 storm, maybe even like 55, 60%. I think the combination of these solar storms 1, 2, and 3, with this new one being very fast and very strong, this being a very special event that just occurred on the sun, I think we're looking at almost certainly G4 conditions. Probably, I think the majority percentage is G5.
All right. So, yeah, it's just information. You do with it what you will. Don't get all funkified by it. It is, just information. It's information that could, help you if you're prepared for it. If you're not prepared for it, like for us, Tracy went out and got more, propane, got another propane tank. I have, battery powers. I can solar, energize them. Because this window behind me, the sun comes through there during the day and it is super intense. So I could battery power some of the things that, like the fridge or whatever needs to be, kept online. Although if we get the storms, which we're supposed to be getting starting Wednesday night into Thursday, a series of storms, which I said were going to come, then we'll probably get a lot of snow, right? So Tracy telling me there's no snow till Sunday now. We'll see, right? So there's like a warming trend, and then there's going to be a cooling trend, but there's going to be waves. Like I've been predicting, wave after wave after wave after wave after wave of storms are going to be coming across from the Pacific, coming across, and from here all the way into the Colorado mountains. We're going to see a lot of snow, right? So for skiers, it's great. I'm going to get my skis out this year. I'm going to get back into skiing. That's going to be great. Looking forward to it. So again, maybe the grid's down, but I'm going to be out skiing. Right? So just I got plenty of food, got plenty of stuff backed up. Got battery power, got kerosene heaters. Life is good, and got somebody to snuggle up with. So no problemos. All right, guys, stay in the love vibration. Just be heads up. The next few days when this energy starts to come in, it's going to start to come in tomorrow at some point, and then it'll increase over time. Probably be some direct disruptions, but then remember that energy goes into the ground and it creates these this energetic lightning field under there, and lava gets all excited and it's got to go somewhere. So it might be coming to the surface. So just be heads up. And that could cause earthquake activity, which probably is going to happen, tsunamis, and all kind of crazy stuff. So some areas will be impacted more than others. And some of you are like, I don't care. It's not going to impact me. So when you're in California, when all the food supplies are like, stopped because there's massive earthquakes and stuff doesn't move out of California and you don't get your food, yeah, it's going to impact you. So don't be a little caustic, nasty, right? Be loving to all those that are going to be affected. And maybe that loving energy that you put out, maybe some of that will come back to you. Maybe, right? What you focus on most is what you experience, right? So if you're a nasty little negative, then that's probably what you're going to get. You're going to be like, why, woe is me? Why does this happen? Well, those of us around you know why. So, and we try to tell you, but you don't want to believe, right? All right, guys, again, it is a matter of what you choose to focus on. So some of you are like, I choose there not to be a massive earthquake in California and a tsunami. I choose to believe that, and I focus on that. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you on your wealth of information. It's Veterans Day. It's perfect that we're going live together because you honor veterans so much. We all appreciate that. So thank you so much for your service and supporting and helping veterans.
It's such an honor, and such an honor to be on with you on this day, 11/11. 11 means war. We could go into that too. Yeah, the Warriors Battlefield Strategy Devotional. And everybody said, why did you put the word strategy? That's not the right word. I said, well, Father gave it to me because if we don't know how to strategize with him, we're going to be in deep trouble. And so when he gives it to me, he gives it to me. And that's the way it is. So.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I've been using this. It's a fantastic book, and it gives me a lot of insights, and I appreciate what you've done with that.
Well, it's funny because it's all Hebrew. So when I did the new book and you told me about the Hebrew calendar problems, it has problems, but the Gregorian has so many problems. And he said, that's why I did that with you in the devotional. I'm like, well, what did I do in Hebrew in the devotional? And he had to remind me, we only did 1 through 7 more than 52 times, but we can't do a 13-month calendar of 4 weeks of 28. None of that works. So I'm working on combining and our good friend, I gave him stacks of information on all this to put it through his mind. It's just let him put it through his meat grinder and sift it all out and see what happens. But what I gave to him is because I'm not trying to choose, but I don't want to be on a calendar with names of gods and goddesses for the months and the days of the week. I don't want to be living there because that keeps us stuck where we are. It's just like that 1607. I've been going over the 1607 covenant because people think that's better than the Pilgrims, but the Pilgrims knew we had to get away from England. And Americans never knew we were never away from England the whole time until President Trump in 2017, which he reconfirmed in September when he went there. So if we don't understand how to come out of the mess and help each other come out of the mess, and unity is what you focus on all the time, we don't have a prayer because this evil has been so organized and they keep thinking that it's just a few of the past presidents. So we can get into that today if you want to, because nobody realizes 41 wasn't able to be a candidate. 42 is questionable about his father. Was he able to be a candidate for president? 43, son of 41, wasn't qualified. Jeb Brand too, he wouldn't have been qualified. So it's not just Obama. The takeover of America, this evil, guys, it goes all the way back to the very beginning of the world. It goes all the way back to the garden. And we haven't had people go, why didn't this get cleaned up before? When did we have this level of communication, this level of technology, this level of, and yes, the Aztecs and Mayans had some kind of computer process. I get it. You know, I hear that all the time, but they didn't have the communication process. They didn't have the ability to get together with each other like we are and fighting through this. I mean, what you've been through, taken off of this platform, taken off of that platform, deplatformed here and there. It's just, and it's like a whack-a-mole game that we've been living in. So I'm so excited each time we come on together, and the feedback on these interviews is just so powerful, Michael, because, and I'm so excited that book is a blessing to you.
Really is. Yeah.
General Flynn, it was Nation Restoration. He wanted the second edition. I'm going to try and get it out this year, but I don't know if I can get it done by the end of the year, but I'm working on that. But it is such an honor to me that someone like you, who's fought this hard for our country, gets that much out of that warrior's battlefield, because we are on the battlefield and acting like we're not. That's where we are.
Yeah, what I like about it is, there's something new every day that you read, and then you write down your insights and what you've gained and so forth. And it's an ongoing process. So you start to look deeper inside yourself, that in ways that, I thought I was already, well informed as far as like my internal workings, but this has really opened me up in a lot of different ways. So yeah, I definitely appreciate it. So we have Mamdani that's taken over New York, or will, I guess, January 1st, maybe. I don't know. Seems to be a big movement to, restrict him from actually getting there. You talk about, people that, past presidents that really probably shouldn't have been there. They didn't fit the bill. Mamdani seems to be in that same category, but still we see these people continually getting these positions of power. And it's definitely crazy, because we have a communist, basically, Islamist communist, that's going to be in the nation's capitalist capital. So I don't understand, how this has come about. It's really disconcerting.
There's a really good chance he isn't even an American. It's just a really good chance that he's not even an American, because what they're saying now is he's absolutely not. I haven't seen the documents. So have you seen anything on the documentation for him? But it sounds like he has no rights to even be here. He isn't even legally in this country. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. President Trump's been very, very specific about it, saying that we don't have to worry, that it'll be taken care of, because the law is the law.
Yeah. Seems like there's a lot of different laws that may be stacking up against them. Communist law of 1954. So you can't run in a communist position. I think that would probably take out most of the Democrat Party, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it. So there's a strong chance that he'll get in there and everything will fall apart. Does New York have to suffer that? I'd hate for it to happen, but they're the ones that basically stood up and voted for him, on more than 50% of the population. So it may be a learning curve that they're going to have to go through to wake up. What are your thoughts?
Well, after President Trump just did the executive order, they didn't do everything lawfully in their elections. And this isn't even an election year. But did you see all the states that had elections this year? But it's so amazing that the executive order just came out and nobody watched what was happening. And now I've asked people and they go, we don't vote this year? Oh, no, it's every other year. And they call it a midterm, but Congress used to only have 2 years to be in. And all the Congress reps had 2 years. Yeah. And the senators were selected by the Congress reps for the two best ones to represent the state. Wow. And now the entire House and Senate have become global people traveling all over the world on our dime, making all these negotiations all over the world, which isn't even their job. And when it was two of the Congress reps that went to the Senate, you could pull them and replace them with somebody else if they didn't represent your state well. So all of this was changed by Woodrow Wilson, and they're on a 6-year term, and House is on a 4-year term. That was never how it was set up. Never how it was set up. I'm already getting questions about why are you saying these people didn't qualify for president? I said, you can't correct the voter registration for the elections if you don't correct the voter registration qualifications. You can't just accept someone's money and put them on the ballot. And that's all they've been doing. It's accepting their money, accepting their application, and putting them on the ballot. And it's a funny thing about president, because you can, if you're a legal American, you can be in any of these other positions, but you cannot become a president unless your parents were American born Americans, still Americans, not changing their residency, not having dual residence, which we're dealing with, gonna have to deal with all of that too. That has to be. There's a funny story, and it's a true story. Professor said, asked if people, wanted to run for president and blah, 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 because the thing you need to remember is you have to be natural born. And a woman was in tears in the classroom, and the professor asked her what the problem was. And she goes, I was born cesarean, so I wasn't natural born. You mean I can't run for president? And I thought, oh my God, but if voter registration doesn't even understand who'd put on the ballot, look at where we are. And they're the ones that are supposed to know, and they're supposed to make sure people are qualified. But seriously, I've seen it in California. This happened for a long time. I mean, there was some strange people. I keep pictures of all the candidates for president ever since Trump got involved, because it's all over the map on people trying to challenge him. And several of them are not qualified. Jeb Bush wasn't qualified. Ted Cruz wasn't qualified. Ted Cruz's dad helped Castro become Castro in Cuba. And then after he did that, he went to Canada, and then his wife was from America, but she let go of her American citizenship to become a Canadian to marry him and live in Canada. And then they had Ted. So Ted is Canadian born himself. We just have not been on top of the ball. Just have not been on, but we trusted people. We trusted a lot of people. And that's something we might want to think about getting into today, is about the Bureau of Investigation, because none of these bureaus are legal either. None of them are per our Constitution. These were all set up by international people who came into America and set all this up. So it's not just that it's evil, it's a system that the Pilgrims got away from because they watched them groom the children. And that's why that devotional became so critical. I didn't understand. It came out like days before the 15-day lockdown back in 2020. And what God said is, you got to show my people, because the children were groomed in the church and in the school, set up in the same structure with evil intent in the background of how these were all set up, and all these different religions and everything. So if we don't bring people to the truth in actually who they are and whose they are, then we're not going to be able to get through this, because these evil people have done the same stuff all over the world to all the different nations. It's just, we were a much bigger nation. We've been harder for them to deal with. But since we've been a corporation, we've been the world order in America out of Charleston, South Carolina, since the same 1871, by all these people who set all of this craziness of all these societies up. It was all, it just, the flow of this was so steady and so pervasive. How are you going to get ahead of it? And this is the first time in all of history, that we're facing all of these things. And this Bureau of Investigation was set up with special agents by Napoleon's great nephew, Charles Joseph Bonaparte. And when he did that, he was only there for a little bit, setting up the special agents. And then J. Edgar Hoover comes in, who doesn't have any background in America. His dad is Germany. His mom is Switzerland. There's no history on this family, none whatsoever. He comes in, and at the age of 26, this guy comes in and becomes the director. And he's the director for 48 more years after being assistant to the director of the Bureau of Investigation for 3 years. So 51 years he's running our country. So investigating Americans. There isn't any history on investigating illegals. And I proved that in Nation Restoration. And that's why I mentioned that might be of interest today too, because they wouldn't arrest the illegals. But boy, if you use a citizen social security number and you happen to be a legal American, you're in jail that night. It's automatic jail time for a legal American. But the illegals still aren't being arrested. But that's the whole setup. J6, same thing. Didn't arrest the people who caused it, arrested the people who were just there, who had to try and deal with it. But they were legal Americans, and a good number of them strong military. So I'm just so honored to be on with you today on this day of honoring military, because we sent them all over the world to protect everybody, and they came home and their families were in jeopardy. Their children in CPS. I mean, just the things that have happened to our soldiers' families. I want to say some of it's unforgivable. I know we're supposed to forgive everything, but some of this is really horrific, what they've done.
So, I mean, you talked about, presidents that were not legitimate. So I've had people on my show that gave really good insights, and that George H.W. Bush was born in Germany to a German parents, and then the Bush family basically, adopted him or took him in. So there's
Okay, I can correct that. Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh,
Prescott Bush, and it's in this point 35 on the FBI, because Prescott Bush was his SS name in Germany. His name was George H.W. Scherf Sr.
That's it.
He was an assistant to Tesla, and Tesla called him like an idiot of an illegal immigrant. He knew then,
Curious George.
But,
Mhm.
yeah, and Curious George, the son, was George H.W. Scherf Jr., and he was in the Navy at 16 in Germany before he came to America.
Wow.
And Kenny Bunkport wasn't a family compound. It was an infiltration center of Germans coming into America. That's all of Operation Paperclip came in through there. They only served German food. All of this is documented with photographs and everything. And I summarized a lot of it in this particular point 35. I think it's chapter 18 in the new book. But I've been talking about this family since book 4, because I said, Father, I'm not getting how the Germans came in and did all of this. And he said, well, it's all in print. And I'm like, well, where is it? And he said, Idaho Observer. And so I look up Idaho Observer, and he goes, go to archives. So I went there, and then he said 2007. So I went there, and then he said, go to April. And there's a whole series of articles, and I put it all together in a PDF. And all that information is in the reference center of the new reference section of the new book. And then in the chapter, I give you the picture of Prescott Bush, because he was also in our Senate. And when he was realized by Eisenhower to John F. Kennedy, and I'm sorry if I've never mentioned this before, but that George H.W. Scherf Sr., Prescott Bush, used that name to be in our government. And so they had sanctioned all of his industrial money that they made. They made all this money by shipping all of the patents and et cetera of Tesla over to Germany. And that was mainly what he did. And then he left the country for 4 days. And then his son with Bormann, and everybody heard about Bormann from Germany. The two of them are the two that are supposedly responsible for Tesla not being here anymore. And then everything got turned over to a very interesting man, John Trump, who was, I think, at MIT, famous professor, I believe, at MIT. And so he got the Tesla technology that didn't get sold to Germany.
Right.
But Prescott Bush met with President Kennedy and AG Robert Kennedy in September of 1963. And he had to sign a document. They wanted him to sign a document saying none of this family will ever be in our government again. So he signed that document. And then in November, the head of the team in Dallas, Texas, was supposedly George H.W. Scherf Jr., again, not adopted. And I think I sent the family picture. The
So he
family
wasn't
picture,
adopted. He was actually part of the family, but the family name was changed. I got it.
the family name. In fact, they used both names. So they used Scherf with 1 F and with 2. So that's why in all the articles, it's CHSCHERF parentheses F parentheses, because they operated under both names. But everything they did was in Germany. But on page 336, I don't know if you want to pull up your Kindle, there's a picture of Prescott Bush. And then if you look at the very next page, there's a picture of George H.W. Scherf Jr. son of Senior, who went by Prescott Bush, but only in America did they go by Bush. Only in America. And so, but that was the SS name when George H.W. Scharf Sr. Was in the SS with Hitler during World War II.
So are you talking about An Eternal Plan, or which book are you talking about?
In An Eternal Plan, page 36 has Prescott Bush,
Oh, page
and then
36. Okay.
336, and then 337 has his son, George H.W. Scharf Jr., who was our 41st president. And then Father had me put in his whole background. So if he wasn't supposed to serve in our government, he served in our government all the way through. And then when I get to the Hoover part of that FBI section, did you know that Hoover, only person he debriefed on November 23, 1963, the day after Kennedy was shot, the only guy he debriefed on that day was George H.W. Scharf Jr. They look a lot more similar to each other when they're at those kind of the same ages.
Right. Yep.
George H.W. Scharf is a little younger than where his dad was, but that's his dad.
Hmm.
And they were both born Germany. Barbara was born Germany.
Wow.
German parents, German, the whole lineage is at
Unbelievable.
the
So they had no right to be in the presidency. That's incredible.
No.
Wow.
No, and there's no documentation about them.
Oh my God.
There's no documentation about Hoover.
This is an amazing reveal. Look at that. Oh my God. Wow. So
You see how similar they look?
I've seen other stuff on this, but this is far more insightful. Wow. Incredible.
I've never shared these together like this. I never shared the George H.W. Scharf. I did put Prescott Bush, I think, in book 5. It was book 4, I'm pretty sure, that I first had the picture of them with Otto Skorzeny is the article in the Idaho Observer. Otto Skorzeny was the right-hand guy to Hitler during all of World War II. And Otto Skorzeny had a shoebox of photos.
Right.
And he had just shared them with a guy that wanted to marry his daughter because he said, look, I don't want any problems, and I don't want you to have any problems, and I don't want to have a problem with you. So I'm going to give you this whole history. And if you still want to marry my daughter, then we can have that conversation. And so he brought out this shoebox, and in the shoebox is one family photo. And Otto Skorzeny's in the back with Joseph Mengele and other people in the back. And then Bormann is with George H.W. Scharf Sr.'s mother on the piano bench with Bormann. And Bormann's in his Navy uniform. This is all taken in Germany in the 30s, 38, I think. And then George H.W. Scharf Jr., he's sitting in his Navy uniform. Okay. And then in front, to the side, is this guy that went by Prescott Bush in America, sitting with his wife, the father and mother of George H.W. Jr. And has everybody identified by name.
In the book?
That picture is in the book too. Let me see if I can find where that picture is. It should be near here.
Let's see.
It moves on to other. Let me click. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let me send you. I'm so glad because see, we can talk about these things, Michael. There's so many people that I don't know if we should go into this, but the truth is the truth. You can't change the truth.
I think I may have seen this photo. Someone else shared it with me.
I'm gonna click share screen right now. Now pray for me because I don't think I've ever done this before. Okay, so share screen, and then I can go to my desktop. Maybe. How do I do this? Okay, so. It says phone or iPad, iPhone or iPad. That's not me. So how do I do this? I have to find it. Okay, let me make this smaller. Okay, and then I'm going to go into And then what I have to do is put it on my desktop and then pull it in to share it, right?
Right.
Okay. Because it's so exciting because you can see them in Germany in a room, all sitting together. Okay, I'm going to put the color one. Now the color one has the names, but the brown scale is the one they're going to see in the article. So,
So that would be interesting if they,
that would be interesting.
you got a little background noise, so I'll just wait.
if it what?
So that would be interesting if if this is proven, which in my opinion, it's proven, then all of their administrations, everything they did can be removed. Bills they signed,
Yes.
just kind of like what happened with Biden. So we know that Obama was basically controlling his administration. So the auto pen stuff, all of that stuff, in my opinion, I think they're moving in that direction, can be basically removed.
Yes. And all of these things that they did without taking an oath,
Yeah.
that's what people don't realize yet. Did you know that all the people, and that's judges? Did you know all the judges that did all this? The J6 judges, the DC judges, the federal judges, did you know they're not taking oaths either? Todd Callender filed that case April 18 of 23. So I'm really excited as to what lays before us because they think they all got away with it. But that's why it's so exciting when the president said, we've got it all and we caught them all.
Yeah.
And all these cases are sitting there. And if you don't take the oath, you can't make a law. You can't take any money. You can't take a salary. You can't sit in a position. You can't make any decisions. You can't be on any committees. You didn't take the oath to the Constitution. That's what they don't understand. They didn't take the oath because they didn't want to get caught. Now, okay, now I'm back to share. Okay, so when I share,
You hit share, and there's a little button down at the bottom that says share. And
yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, it says you started screen sharing.
Okay.
There we go. So just bring something up on your screen that you want to bring up. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. So I'm bringing up, I have two pictures.
Nice.
Is it coming up?
Not yet.
Okay. So let me come over here and expand this. And if I could do half of what you can do on this stuff.
Like me, you got like a ton of information on there, but
well, this is one of the pictures. I'm trying to open up one of the pictures into the screen, but I'm not even seeing me on the screen.
If it opens on your desktop, it should.
Okay, so stop. This is what I'm trying to open. Okay.
I see you're clicking on it, but it's not. It doesn't seem to be opening on the desktop. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to click new share and see what that does.
So this is amazing. So all of the what you're talking about is available. The public can actually look at this. So who at that point pushes this forward into like revealing that these people were illegally in positions of power, and that's the because if once you start that process, then it's going to be a domino effect, and there's going to be lots of people that are going to fall out. So you're looking at, like you're talking about, treason charges and so forth. Let's don't get lost Sheila, so she'll be back. But you're looking at treason charges for a lot of these people, and that's treason. That's long prison sentences probably, and or execution, depending on severity or what they did. Now, I would think that if you knowingly came into the position of the presidency, knowing that you should not be serving in that position, and you promulgated laws and you started wars, which both of those presidents, both of the Bushes started wars and so forth. That's probably executable offenses there. So you're going to, of course, Bush Senior's gone, but the record could be, we could push the record that he, caused incredible harm to our country, instead of being some kind of, maybe now, I don't think a lot of people think he's a great president. I don't. But some people may still believe that he was a great president. But, going forward, I think we could, for the record, start to remove them out of those positions of, dignity, and put them in positions of way less than dignified positions of having served. Because now we're looking, oh, there you go, you got it. There you go, you got it. Yay, good job, Sheila. So you see Joseph Mengele right there. And there's George Shurf, Sr. and Jr. Otto Skorzeny, Morton Bormann. So wow, you get the top people of the Nazi organization, and they're hanging out with them like family. Unbelievable. So yeah, that's the problem with these people. So here you go, guys. We're basically, proving that these guys are, extremely corrupt. And where do we go from here? Do we, like I said, hold them accountable on treason charges? What do we do? I'd say we just basically, try them. So I stopped your share. Hopefully we can get you back in the picture and talking again. So yeah, there's your book. Your books are basically revealing this. God gives you insights, sends you on these great information hunts, and you get all this great information. You've had tons of this information in the books. Going through the books, you're like stunned with all the information is there. But with you talking about this information, Sheila, it really brings it to life, and a greater understanding. Just how corrupt a lot of these figures are. Like you said, you're revealing that all of these people, most of these people in the last several years, over the last several decades, should not have even been in those positions of power. And we've seen some very corrupt things happen, during there we go.
I just got it fixed. Okay, keep back on there. I'm on with this brilliant producer that keeps me up to date. I guess I can't screen share. I tried, but
Oh, you did actually.
Isn't this amazing?
You
and
had
all the articles are in there.
You had the pictures of and while you were kind of out, I brought it up and I brought it into view. So yeah, all those Nazi figures, and then the Bush Senior, Junior there, with all those Nazi figures, Bormann and
But
crazy.
you know, they never lived as Bush.
Yeah.
That's just what the name they gave us. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why to them, the infiltration of all of these people, this is what they always do. They moved the Native Americans off the East Coast and then brought in all of their people. And then gave them things all across our country and brought in more people.
Hmm.
It's only our relatives that had to sign in at Ellis Island and come from a town and have all of our criminal record completely cleared. And if we had any debt, it had to be cleared. All of our stuff had to be documented. To this day, they want us to document. And that's another fun thing today, because did you know that Newsom, they're just saying he's in trouble? It was back in 2018 when we did those real IDs. And did you know that the DMV director in California allowed all of the illegals to get the same watermark real ID? And Americans are spending all this money bringing in copies of birth certificates, certified marriage certificates. If you got a divorce, you had to bring in a certified copy of that. If you got married again, you had to bring that. You had to, if you went to a maiden name or any other name, you had to bring the legal documentation for that. Did all of this stuff.
Hmm.
And they said after 38 years, it's a shame that the real ID confusion in the department caused her to step down and resign. They didn't even, but here's the other side of it. They've never cleaned it up. All these people still look like they have real ID to be in America. And they do that for illegals. They would never allow that for illegal American. And that's why this chapter, I just thought it'd be fun today because it relates to all of this. It relates to what we just went through in the election. It relates to these illegal people. And that picture is one of the pictures from the shoebox that Otto Skorzeny provided to him. And the guy's an investigative reporter, and he gave him all the lineage. You'll see all the lineage of the Walkers, of the Pierce family, the Walker family, the Scherf family. You'll see all of these and how they're all tied in together. He did all of that, and I put all these articles together in one PDF and then provided all the documentation in the reference section.
Wow. Now you talk about how the Indians were, moved off the East Coast. Andrew Jackson, although he was great, he went against the bankers. I think it was Andrew Jackson that they tried to impeach.
McKinley Jackson, I don't know if they tried to do Jackson because he did their bidding. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. They said McKinley is
it appears, war hero, New Orleans war hero, kept the British out of New Orleans, and then eventually, he's elected to office, and he stopped the banksters from coming in and starting with the Federal Reserve, would eventually, get under Wilson. That's everything other than him forcing, the Trail of Tears, the Cherokee Indians and all the rest of the Indian, pushing them out of lands that they had been in, obviously, for generations, but before the Americans even came, the Pilgrims came, and they were integrated into society. They were great, intermarried and all kind of crazy stuff. And then he forced them out. It's crazy.
Well, they had to do that because they knew the truth. And if you think back in those 1800s, because I shared some pictures, I think it's back up in the family situation about compulsory school, up in the earlier points, which are the older points, the 41 to that kind of stuff. The school bus was led by a horse in 1912. The roads in California were built out of lumber and braced out of lumber. The coastal road in California was all lumber in 1912. So when you think about how did these people get around, it would take days. I mean, it took 5 days for my great-great-grandfather to use a buggy and get my great-great-grandmother over to Iowa to see relatives from Nebraska.
Jeez.
And people don't realize that and how this would happen. So the reason why to get him on that was his third goal. But it's so awesome what you were saying, because that's how he did it. That's why I think Trump is honoring him. You do the tariffs. And then that straightens these things out. So he balanced the economy, did the tariffs, and then his third goal was
one of
get
the
all the Native Americans.
Only presidents in history that had a balanced budget, actually had a surplus. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and
But
that's why they did that Andrew magazine. But the thing that's so bad, he knew in our Constitution the president had to enforce the win that the Cherokee got in the Supreme Court. And he refused to. He said, if Justice Marshall wants them to not go, let Justice Marshall enforce it. And he knew Justice Marshall had no opportunity per our Constitution to enforce it. It's only the president who can enforce a ruling for the benefit of the people.
Hmm.
Because it's just an opinion, a ruling. We've been operating like it's law, and that's wrong too. But that's in another chapter. So, but all of this has been so profound as to how all of this has unfolded, and people had no idea, just no idea. And when you look at George H.W. Sheriff's two brothers, they had all these jobs in the government. And they were in all of these societies. They were all in the Order of Malta. They were in Skull and Bones. They were in George W., his son, who is a son of two German parents. He became president, and he was in Skull and Bones. But all of this came from Europe. They said it was new in 1864. They said it was an idea, and that Lincoln wanted us to do it. And none of this is true. Lincoln would never have wanted a secret society of all of what happened in Europe. He never would have wanted any of this in America. But they always say, like the Soros brand, we're going to be charitable, you're going to benefit, and it's all fraternal. We're all here for each other as brothers and sisters. And that's the mockery of being together as believers and being great to people and being charitable to people and being fraternal with people and not getting it from anywhere else. Our Congress has been paying all of this. All of this is an act of Congress. Everything they set up with all these organizations is an act of Congress. They were granted land grants. The biggest one is in Springfield, Missouri. And in Springfield, Missouri, it takes up at least 2 blocks, if not 3 or 4. And you got the castle, and then you got the military armory, and then you come around the corner and you see the National Guard armory, and then you see a Boys and Girls Club, and then you see a ball field, and then you see daycare facilities with the daycare behind it. And then you see this big White House, and we went ahead and drove behind to see what it said. And on the back, it had a neon sign, "Enter here." It was yellow on a blue sign of neon, and the whole house was boarded up. And then the whole rest of the land in the back is all Evangel University, which is a seminary for Assembly of God. And they gave them all that land for $1 as a land grant. You and I can't do any of this, but we weren't granted the money or the land. It was that's where the 10 square acres in 10 square miles, I think it is, that they have as their sovereign land in DC, how they set it up as a District of Columbia in America. So that was a big land grant and made their own sovereign soil. Well, that's what they did with all of these castles in all of our states, is they gave them this land grant. So Evangel University is a seminary for Assembly of God, and Assembly of God Church is there. So the whole university is there. And we've been paying for all of this, guys. I mean, we've been paying for all of this to happen, all of this to be set up, and all of it's pretty much to groom your children. And it's a really sad status. And you come past the church and you come back around the corner toward the castle, and you see a 5-point building where they do all administration. And there's a 5-point, just like the Pentagon. Do you know what I mean?
That ties in. So I have this woman that I do shows with, Lynn Scott Hagerman. She talks about how as a child, and there were underground facilities where they would be sold to bidders. And I want to go in that direction with our conversation, but there was some very, very shady stuff that was going on there. So that kind of ties in what you're talking about here. Wow.
Well, Bob Jones University in South Carolina, he was a high noble in the Knights of Pythias. It's on the memorial pages, and people who graduated from there went, "Oh, it wouldn't be Bob Jones. He's a Christian, and he wouldn't be doing." He's a high noble in the Knights of Pythias. The only way you can get the money for this, if you look at all the universities, where do they get the money? All of this is being funded, and all of it. The castles do the same thing. They have tunnels underneath. The kids go down there. They actually have what was it in olden times? And they had the bars over the windows. It's like a jail, and you are a jail, but it's the whole backside of the castle. When you drive around and see the backside of the castle, it's like I would say a brig, like a military brig, with all these iron bars over the windows. So why would they be? But they're over the Sunshine Boys, Sunshine Girls. They had seniors living there. So the elderly and the children, and what are they still focused on? What the status for the elderly and the status for the children? Same thing.
So Bob Jones, are you talking about Bob Jones?
There's two
Is he
Bob
real estate?
Jones. Bob Jones University is one Bob Jones, and then there was
Right.
Bob Jones, a prophet. And
Mhm.
Bob Jones, the prophet, with Arthur Burt and John Paul Jackson, pulled away from Kansas City prophets, who are still in trouble to this day. Mike Bickle and those guys that are over Kansas City prophets. Now the truth's coming out about them, the same as Robert Morris and all. There's a whole bunch of people that are going to be revealed. But Bob Jones, that Robert Jones, Bob Jones, is a prophet, and the one over the university is the one that's the high noble. You can't get that kind of money. You can't get that kind of structuring unless you get them involved. And so once you accept the deal, it's the same in the military. It's the same when you accept the deal and you got to follow their instructions. When you accept the deal in Hollywood and you got to follow their instructions, it's the same thing in the churches and in the universities.
Hmm.
And they were all taken out of their residences all on the same day.
Because I think I don't know if it's the same guy or not, but my dad used to work for Bob Jones Realty in South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina.
I wonder, because the university's higher up than that, somewhere around, is it Greenville or?
Right.
But South Carolina was overtaken because Charleston, South Carolina is where Albert Pike brought all the 33rd degree Masons from around the world. And his right-hand guy was a politician in Italy named Giuseppe Mazzini. And Mazzini in 1871, he came and set all this up with Pike. And a Lutheran pastor from Switzerland came. And those are the three guys that set up the world order, moving to Charleston, South Carolina. Now, their castle for the Knights of Pythias looks like a little toy castle. It's a little white one. It's got cutesy little flags up in the corner. It's completely different. The one in Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, is huge. It's all granite. It's what I think is they talk about it as their main one. But you can look up your state. When I gave a tour, some of us that were at Doug Billings' event when I spoke in June, that would have been June 23. When we did that, afterwards, I said I was going to go look at the castle, but I didn't want to look at it by myself. So they went with me. And the gal from Wisconsin, there was one Minneapolis, one Wisconsin, the rest were all from Chicago. And they were all laughing, thinking this can't be real. But they had an event and they had the road cut off. And as the people were leaving, they'd have to get out of their vehicles and move the chain. So we were being gracious to move the chain for them. Angry faces. Didn't thank us, didn't say anything, just angry, and just tore out, as soon as we moved it, just tore out of there. They all had medieval costumes on. It was very, very interesting. And it was on a Sunday afternoon, but whatever. So the gal from Wisconsin said, I just can't imagine something like this in Wisconsin. I mean, I don't know how Missouri has it, but maybe it's just the one in Missouri. When she got home and looked it up.
I'm looking it up online. Is that the Pythian Castle?
Yep, Knights of Pythias.
Okay, let me share the screen on that. Wow, Knights of Pythias. Yep, absolutely.
And the castle in Wisconsin it's less than 3.5 miles from her house in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Tour Springfield's incredible Pythian Castle. So it's got this looks pretty interesting. Children explore the basement of Pythian Castle. So I wonder how actually deep it goes. So that's very interesting.
Well, and they've got to have movement because there's no way to get from the castle over another block and a half over underneath that White House that's all boarded up. Yeah. But it says enter here if you're coming, enter here if you're coming from the outside. It's just, it's the crazy. But guys, this stuff is real. Giuseppe Mazzini started the Italian mafia in 1860. So none of this is new. It all comes out of the Khazarian business plan. All of this stuff is identical. It's all identical, and it just gains different names. It's just like if you go way back in history to the Ark and Nimrod being a great grandson of Noah, he being the only righteous one, his mom was Semiramis and he was Nimrod, but he was deified in Egypt. They get different names as they get deified in these different areas. So they're used to carrying and living under different names. It's not brand new for Prescott Bush to operate as Bush in America, but anywhere else he is in the world, he's his real name. Because all of these guys that came from Germany that are the top guys, did you know they all have ranches in South America? I thought, this is just really kooky. And God said, go ahead and look it up. And so I did. So I looked up, is there a Bush family ranch in South America? And I'm pretty sure it was Paraguay. And I don't even know which part of South America that is, but they have a landing strip and a house is what they've got. And so they were business consultants all over the world because they said Hitler went to South Africa and his main guys were in South Africa and are not South America. And so they're all in South America, and that's how they're coordinating, and they're charging to be business consultants around the world. And that's how George H.W. Scherf Sr. became how did he, out of anybody in the world, become the guy who was Tesla's right-hand guy, controlling a handler of Tesla? And you can see in the pictures when Tesla was old, he was so gaunt.
yeah.
It was horrible. But then you look at Thomas Edison, and that's not in this book. That's going to be in book 7. Thomas Edison of the Ancient Society Theosophical that became eugenics, that was the Georgia Guidestones under the Order of Malta. You see what I mean? But all of these are the same people in the same memberships, and they're just in all these different groups. And then they operate under all these different names. And when you go to these, it's just like it's in the Shriners. They're called Noble, and then your last name. So when I was in Macon, a guy came to a church and he took over the youth group. He took over the men's breakfast. He took over all of these things, and he comes in his Masonic. As soon as they gave him all these jobs, he came in with a Masonic hat, baseball kind of hat, with all these symbols on it. One Sunday, the very next Sunday, he came in a Shriner shirt. It said Noble James. His last name was James. And so it said Noble James, and then his hat. And the pastor had no idea what he was representing. I said, he's letting you know you just gave him all these positions over your youth, over the men, over everybody. And he's in all these societies.
Yeah, wow. Incredible. So, I mean, this goes all the way back to, a lot of this stuff goes back to England.
Mm-hmm.
My wife Tracy and I, we went to Glastonbury, and we saw, King Arthur, his grave supposedly there, and Queen Guinevere. Of course, they, I think it was Henry VIII, basically, did away with the Catholic Church and started the Church of England. So a lot of these places were destroyed, Glastonbury being one of them. So we stayed at the pub that was across the street from Glastonbury Cathedral, and we were told that there was tunnels that went underground to the pub so that the monks could leave and come over and enjoy themselves and partake of the females and so forth. But there was rooms there. We stayed in the rooms, fabulous. So 1,000 years old, crazy, this pub. So this history has come to America with these castles, like we were just showing, but the connection to Britain and the control that Britain still has over America, and breaking that control is, I think, one of the things that the Trump administration is doing.
Are you seeing the funny thing about the ballroom?
Exactly. Very
the ballroom. They're digging so deep. Everyone, that's very deep to dig to do a ballroom floor. Why are they digging so deep?
Foundation. Yeah. Well, it's going to have some really good foundation.
Yeah, all the tunnels and is exposing everything. I get such a kick out of President Trump, and he's so casual about all of it. It's just, don't worry, you guys aren't going to pay a dime. Did you see the list of who's paying? It's in alpha order of all the corporations where the CEOs had to step down 2 years ago at the end of the year. And so it's all of those corporations, and it doesn't miss Facebook, it doesn't miss Microsoft, it doesn't miss Amazon, it doesn't all those corporations when they had all the transition of all of those leaders having to step down from their corporate presidential roles. All they're paying for this ballroom, but they're paying for all the digging to get rid of all of these tunnels. Because
Yeah.
these tunnels, a lot of them, they said, even because it's always been a vice president. I don't remember that much about a vice presidential house until there was so many problems with Kamala and her and having this vice president's home in DC. But
The Naval
supposedly
Observatory.
they go to their homes, these tunnels.
Yeah. Of course they do. Yeah. So, wow. How about that? And it's supposedly there's a grid system there in DC as well that's basically destroying demonic grid system.
The goat symbolism is destroyed. The two flagpoles started the process.
Right.
When he
Right.
did them way out where he did them and how he put them, it's not the same worship center that it used to be. So
Wow.
people thought we'd have to tear everything down. I don't think they are restoring the Lincoln Memorial to tear it down. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense they would tear down the White House. It doesn't. And I do think because there is supposed to be a location in Texas where the Secretary of the Treasury is going to be with the Treasury, and that is a bullion reserve in America. And so maybe that is going to happen because that's supposedly built in Temple, Texas. Several people have confirmed that who live right in that area. And one of the guys on the building team told me about it before the guys who live in Temple, Texas. So that could be happening. But at a minimum, they have to save it as history. So when people were furious about, and this is all happening in the past couple of weeks, President Trump is redoing the Albert Pike Memorial statue. And why is he doing that? The guy was a 33rd degree Mason, and people are so funny because Masonic is the bottom. They're not even crediting the fact that he created, or he brought in America Odd Fellows. He brought in the Scottish Rite Temple. That's their worship center. All of the shapings and everything come out of all of that. And then he started the KKK. And that's why there's a picture in the book of a Cherokee female chief, and she happens to be a Black person. And people are like, how did that happen? I said, because they were here for centuries. They were in the Middle East, so they were darker like the Arabs. They're lighter and lighter over time. Even the Aborigines, you can see the families get lighter and lighter as they marry into other families. But when they're just Aboriginal, it's a very, very dark color. And so people are just like, how could this be true that they're the native tribes and they're of a darker skin? And I said, why do you suppose they call us white man? Why do you suppose they call us pale face? Where do you think those names came up? Because they hadn't seen people as light as we were because of where they lived and where they came from, and they stayed within their own tribes. And so we have so much to learn. We have so much to learn that has been a complete lie in our country.
Wow.
It's just
Yeah.
really hard.
Yeah, I've been with some other people that have been disclosing that some of the tribes from Israel came here to America, and so that makes sense. That's why the native cultures are so dark skinned. Some of them. So wow.
They went to all of the uninhabited lands. That's in the Apocrypha. And there's a good guy. I can't even compare. They have a little red hardback. It's like a 5-point. So who wants to read that one? What they pulled from the 1611 Bible, the King James Bible. And so please don't go out and buy a King James Bible and think you're going to see the Apocrypha, because there's nobody that can get a 1611 anymore. And so they pulled it out in 1804, same time they were moving the Native Americans off our land. In 1804, they're over there as a British and Foreign Bible Society, removing books from the Bible because they don't want you to know these things. They don't want you to know about Covfefe, which is in the ancient book of Enoch. And they don't want you to know about, these came, but they came to all the uninhabited lands. There were only 70 little nation areas over there that had people residents because there was no way to get around anywhere. I don't even know how many centuries they had maps that had dragons, where is the unknown, So it just took a long time. And that's why I think we went through 43 on take over before we're self-governing. They knew exactly what to do, exactly what to set up to put us in this position. And it was Jefferson, and to what you were saying just a little bit ago, Michael, is that Jefferson knew you cannot, once they start corrupting all of this and operating the way they operate over, they've used identity theft to take over every rulership of every nation, and they did it to us. We haven't had American-born people in control of this country for generations. And that's our Congress, they were all in agreement, guys, Knights of Pythias. And so John Wilkes Booth and the team, and that's all in this particular chapter because it was all a setup to get rid of him. They had just started the Republican Party. So when people say now you want to be in this party or this party, you don't want to be in either one of them. It's all the same people who all came here to do this to us. So people are shocked. Right now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is brand new to people.
Right. So this was I love oh, did I miss what happened? There it is.
There
All
it
right,
is.
so I love this one. We talked about this before, but I think it really comes into play now during Veterans Day. So Ulysses S. Grant, of course, we know that basically this was a dividing line between the constitutional America and then, when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, then after that, it seems like not too long after that, this traitorous group came in. So Ulysses S. Grant, there are but two parties now, traitors and patriots. And if we are to have another contest in the near future of our national existence, I predict that the dividing line will not be Masons and Dixons, but between patriotism and intelligence on one side and superstition, ambition, and ignorance on the other side. Now, we look at the way the voting has been going. It seems like we're at that dividing line between people that are ignorant, superstitious, and then the patriots and people that have critical thinking on the other. What are your thoughts?
That is exactly what it is. It goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War. When you brought that up, I don't think I put it in this book, but it's in my other books, the book series. Samuel Adams, one of the best patriots, because what happened with Ulysses S. Grant, and we have a U.S. Grant Hotel in downtown San Diego because they thought so much of what he had done. But in 1870, he signed in because once you become a president, nobody's going to know because they're not going to know what happened to you. And so this is what Samuel Adams said. It's one of my favorite of his quotes. If ye love wealth better than liberty, the tranquility of servitude better than the animating contest of freedom, go home from us in peace. We ask not your counsels or arms. Crouch down, lick the hands which now feed you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that ye were ever our countrymen. I love that quote by him because that's the Revolutionary War, and that is exactly where we are in any day, any time. You choose, I just want to be comfortable. People just wanted to go back to normal, and that's why I said you don't want an ounce of normal. You don't want an ounce of where we've been because that's how we got here. And look at what it has taken just to show the people what we've been dealing with.
Yeah.
Because we don't get together as true speakers because they made us a silent majority. Yeah. So what kind of people are they? And you want to be in their council and you want to be living with them and you want to be operating like they do. Well, then you made your choice. We're going a different way.
And we've talked about that. I mean, both of us have been targeted for destruction. So during COVID, that was where a lot of people just let me have my freedom. I just have to take the shot. I'll take my freedom. But that was basically being enslaved, like you were just talking about. Unfortunately, a lot of people didn't realize that. They were saying, whatever it takes, keep my job, be with my family, get out of the house, go to the concerts. Whatever it takes, so sad. But now we're at that point again where I just saw this one show with Tucker Carlson and a guy that was talking about the chemtrails. So that he was talking about how the chemtrails are destroying not only us, killing us, but also plants, and the bee population is almost completely gone. If the bee population goes, then we lose all these crops and so forth. So there's a, and then I believe they know that we're going through earth changes. The earth changes, the sun is like just kicking all this energy at us, all this electromagnetic plasma energy is coming at us as we're speaking right now. It should be impacting us within the next several hours. And it's going to cause a major disruption on the earth. Maybe we won't be able to have shows for a while. Maybe we'll have these massive earthquakes that happen every time this massive influx of plasma comes. Right now, it's looking like Japan is going to get a massive earthquake with this influx of energy. So they know this. They have been controlling a lot of this, not completely control it, but maybe taking it to another level of destruction capability. We've seen this year was one of the first years that we have not had destructive hurricanes. So it seems like this technology that's been used against us, somebody or some group has gotten control of technology that keeps that from impacting us. So we're having all these different things that are going on right now, impacting humanity. We know that this death cult is trying to destroy us, trying to destroy humanity on a massive scale, dumb us down, kill us off so that we're manageable. Where do you think this goes in the future?
Depopulation down to 10%. That's what the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah.
500 million people on the whole planet. I mean, really? That's depopulation from every angle, every layer, every process, everything they've done to us. And we did not have any idea that it was going to go down this slippery slope. And they had us there. I mean, there are no natural fiber fabrics, whether it's for you to wear or for upholstery or for carpeting or for anything. Everything you're breathing in, everything is blends. All of this is against the plan as a believer. And so what they did was take everything that was promised to us and do everything they could to destroy it without us realizing how bad it was. And the chemtrails are ruining the soil. They're already finding that some of the soil may never recover.
Yeah.
And so even if you use heirloom seeds, it's going to be corrupted, being raised in the soil that we have on the planet. And so I don't know what they're doing to eat. I don't know where they're getting their things. Is it all in Antarctica? I don't know. I've never been anywhere near Antarctica. I'm not into ice. I grew up in Nebraska. That was enough. Blizzards and ice. And so I don't know. But it's unrealistic to think that's what they could do. But just like we had a Tesla, so they had a Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison was a president of the Theosophical Society. So that's why he won and got all the funding, even though it was a lie, and put us into all of this, pay for all this energy and electricity and everything when we shouldn't be paying anything. We shouldn't have been putting up all these wires. We shouldn't have been paying for all this stuff. But the only way to keep people paying for their own utilities to give money to the elites is to put us down a different path. We didn't know that they were destroying the people that were trying to give us the things that would have helped us. How would you guess? I mean, how would you be ahead of every technology in front of us and be ahead of it and know that that's what we needed? And so let's support Tesla. Let's not support Edison. How would you know? It's just, we have been living in really, really crazy times, but how amazing is it that we're able to get to the point of sharing the truth in these days? Because there's a promise in scripture that there will be a generation.
I think, we've come to this point many times throughout history where the earth has been destroyed, and catastrophism was part of our understanding for a long time. And then we had Charles Darwin come in. Of course, he was part of a Masonic group that basically wanted to, push out new information that was controlling and did away with catastrophism. So we throughout history in the biblical, text and so forth, there's catastrophes have happened. You just over and over and over again throughout history, catastrophes come. But I think it's, dependent on our consciousness. If our consciousness is at a certain level, then I think we can bypass it or maybe start a new timeline. And then there's another group that continues on the other timeline. I think we're at that separation. My wife Tracy talks about how there's one passage where two men will walk in the fields, and one will cease to exist and the other will continue. I think that's where we're at, where we're going to basically see a parting of the ways. Those people that, like General Grant was talking about, there's patriots and then there's treasonous groups. And it's not really that they understand themselves as treasonous. They're just uninformed and superstitious and so forth. So that's where we're at. You, I, and other people, we have the critical thinking. We can see the things that are coming. We're trying to inform people the best that we can, keep people calm, keep people focused, work through all these issues. Some people just give up. When I talk about some of these things, I see a lot of the comments and people are just like, I just don't care anymore. It's like, well, then I won't say that you're part of the problem, but you obviously won't be part of the team that goes forward, because we have to work together to overcome these challenges. And that's a key. From my background, being in SEAL and the CIA, and now with you and other people, where we're working together to inform people, you have to. There's some people just going to deny it. Some people are going to you and I, and probably many other people are like, and it's you don't have critical thinking, you don't work with a group, then you don't go forward. I've been with like these